There we go. I'm streaming it
body
over to
fluids
mine
and
too.
tissues for study and laboratory testing.
Make it easy.
Do you have a lab in the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's office?
Bet you just can't take
What
over the
lab do you
control.
Depends on the test. We have
could,
options for toxicology labs. We have
I don't have it
options
set up
for
for you to
laboratory
do that.
testing, like blood cultures.
Well, give me
or
a second.
chemistries.
Well, I'll show you how to do
I
it.
have a lab
I've done it with
that
the
does
expert
slides,
before.
that cuts the slides so I can look at them under the microscope.
Give me
So
a
there's
link to
variety
the court
of,
feed
places that I might use.
in private chat.
Sure.
When you make a cause of death determination, do you need to consider more things than just your autopsy process?
Yes, the cause of death. There are some causes of death that aren't even found at autopsy. One might be diabetic ketoacidosis, which is a chemical imbalance. An autopsy, well, I should say, the gross autopsy, microscopic autopsy won't do that, but the chemical tests I run will show that. So I guess the autopsy will show that, but I was thinking in terms of what I could see with my own eyes.
Okay. What other types of information do you try to analyze if you can before ultimately concluding a cause of death?
I need to know the investigation, the scope, how was the body found? What do we know about the person that died? What do we know about the most recent events about that person around the time of their death? So there's the history, there's what was seen, what was found at the scene, my eyes and ears, so that helps to fill in like how the person was found, and the autopsy and the laboratory testing.
Okay. What about if you're able to have access to a decedent's medical records? Do you review those?
Absolutely. We look, I think I mentioned that earlier, but yes, I do look at the historical data, the medical records, and also investigative information.
Okay. I'm going to jump back a second to manner of death. What are the different options for manner?
In Wisconsin, and this can vary state to state, but in Wisconsin, we're given 5 choices. It's natural, accident, homicide, suicide, and undetermined.
Okay. What would an example of natural death be?
A heart attack,
Okay. What about an example of accidental?
blunt trauma from a motor vehicle accident.
Okay. And all 5 of those manner of death types have you used in your work?
Yes.
Okay. Multiple times?
Yes.
Okay. Are there occasions when you find the need to consult with other professionals before finalizing a cause of death determination?
Yes.
Is that actually pretty common?
Yes.
Okay. What about doing research on your own before determining a cause of death?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Budritsky, I'd like to talk to you about this case involving the decedent Lynn Hernan. Were you involved in the cause of death and manner determination for Lynn Hernan?
Yes.
Okay. First, I want to talk to you about the autopsy process.
Now we're getting to the.
So what
did you conduct an autopsy on Ms. Hernan?
what spot are you at in the timeline?
I am at negative 29 minutes.
Negative 29. Give me a second. 29. All right. I've got it at 29:12.
Yes.
And
Close
what
enough.
I'll do is I will present, share screen, and so now I have control of it. If you have me sharing the screen,
There you go.
and you use my shared screen,
Yep.
there it
Yes,
is.
yours up.
That'll save you from having to worry about it.
Well, okay, so my giant logo, right? Okay, let's talk about my giant logo. If I remove it, it's covering LNC, and
Oh, you want to? Yeah, that's.
we like it. I like it.
Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't bother me none.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna
All
hurt
right,
my
we should be able
feelings.
to play now, and we should have volume and all that.
Yeah, I have all of that stuff.
Standards set for you in your field?
I
Awesome.
would say yes. Every case has its own specific
So if we need
things,
to pause
but
it
in
at any time,
general,
just
there's
let me
a
know.
standard practice.
Ultimately, do you memorialize the
No,
autopsy
I can,
process and conclusions in a report?
I won't be able to
Yes.
pull up.
Is
I
there
won't be able to
something
pull
referred
up
to as a
chat, but
protocol?
Yes.
I still interact with them.
I'd like to
I just
show
got to
just the
jump off for a
witness,
minute, take care of a
please,
couple of work
states
things.
Exhibit 34.
Yeah, just leave the stream up, and
Doctor, again, this is a
you can always
multiple-page exhibit.
hide yourself if you need to.
And I'm going to have Mr. Vulcanier please scroll slowly through all 8 pages.
C-Swep, good to see you. And God, there's Jamie, of course, and Stray. We're going to talk about this case. Alas, a blue-haired Bible lady.
Dr. Brzezinski, do you recognize Exhibit 34?
Yes,
What is it?
it's the autopsy report I prepared on Lynn Hernan.
Okay. Is it a fair and accurate copy of that?
Yes.
Okay, I'd move Exhibit 34 into evidence. I'm not asking for permission to publish at this point.
Any objection to 34? No. Exhibit 34 is received.
Now, this protocol, is that something that you can complete as soon as your autopsy is done?
No, I
No, we
I
completed
take
it
notes during the
after,
autopsy. I dictate from those notes.
before, after.
And then
We just
until I have all
we usually
the
wait
other
until the
information,
body is
like the
deceased.
laboratory finding and my conclusions, then I finalize it.
And is that what happened in this case, that you needed to wait to finalize this?
Yes,
Okay. In this case, did you specifically send any items to a lab for
Yes.
testing? When you send toxicology samples, do you always use the same lab?
no, I use one of two labs in 2018. I don't know if I
Thanks-
only
thanks,
used one or two
Valhalla.
labs.
I can bring it down a little bit. Appreciate
I
it.
primarily use a lab called NMS for most of my cases, but sometimes, at least now, I send some cases to the State Lab of Hygiene.
Is that
Okay.
better?
If you needed a more comprehensive report,
That better shit.
which lab would you pick?
Jamie,
NMS
my volume.
Where is that lab
You
located?
were fine to
in
me,
Pennsylvania.
but
Okay.
In this case with Ms. Hernan, did you send samples to NMS labs?
I did,
Actually, multiple times?
yes.
Okay. I'd like to show the witness, please, Exhibit 35. And again, Dr. Bedrzewski, is there something on your screen?
Yes,
Okay, great. I would just have Ms. DeValkenir please slowly scroll through the 14-page exhibit.
They're not deceased. They will be after the autopsy. Usually, yeah. Especially if you go stem to stern. Oh my.
oh my God.
Cause of death, autopsy. Yes. I had a little bit of time after lunch. I figured it'd be best to come in. Could have done it earlier, but I had work to do this morning.
Yeah. Apparently, I had some work to do earlier too. It was annoying me.
And Dr.
But this
Bedrzewski,
was
do you
great.
recognize Exhibit 35?
yes, this
What it-
was, oh, I'm sorry.
What is it?
This was the final, the fourth actually, in the final report from NMS Labs on the specimens from Lynn Hernan's autopsy.
Is this something that you used in order to determine the cause of death in this case?
Yes,
In fact, is it often included right behind your protocol?
yes, it's often, if people request my autopsy protocol, rather than copying everything that's on the report, I would just attach it to my report.
Okay. And is that what you did in this case?
Yes,
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the final report from NMS Labs in this case?
yes.
I'd move Exhibit 35 into evidence.
Exhibit 35 is received.
At least it's not Exhibit
Dr.
100.
Bedrzewski, do you know roughly the time frame that you received the toxicology initially in this case?
Thank you, blue hair, black Bible lady. Love it.
I think it was possibly November after I did the autopsy in September or in October.
Okay. When you received the toxicology, did you end up contacting NMS Labs?
Yes,
Why?
because there was a substance that I was an unusual finding that I hadn't seen in a report from their facility before. It was called tetrahydrozoline.
Why did you contact the lab about that?
I wanted to know specifically if there was more testing that should be done. In other words, if you find a surprising finding, I mean, many of the findings in their toxicology report were things that I was familiar with and were found in her investigation in terms of the medication she had access to. But tetrahydrozoline just sort of came out of nowhere. So I called them and I said, what's your experience with this? Should I send another specimen? Can we confirm it through another means? Because this is an unexpected result.
Are we drinking some? Are we having a party?
In
She has
terms
a
of
very
the
bandaged
autopsy
face. You
itself
notice
in this
that?
case, were there remarkable findings that kind of pointed you in a certain direction about what the manner of death might be?
Because there were a number of medication bottles at the scene, there were scattered pills on the floor, there was powder kind of ground up on her body. There was a thought that maybe there was an ingestion was a possibility for the cause of death. She had also been recently released from the hospital, and she was on a lot of medication, so she clearly had some medical conditions. So perhaps natural disease was the cause of death. So I would say initially that was my thought.
Christine.
Ultimately, Dr. Bedritsky, if we could, Ms. DeValcanier could flip back to Exhibit 34, please. When did your protocol get finished in this matter?
Sometime after I determined the cause of death. So the death certificate would be signed first, then it's just the paperwork of including all your data and proofreading the report and signing it.
And Ms. DeValcanier, if we could please show the witness Exhibit 36. Dr. Bedritsky, this is a single-page exhibit. Do you see it on the screen before you?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a cause of death letter that we send because death records are not available in general to everybody, only, next of kin typically, it's a vital record. But the information that I determine regarding cause of death might be necessary to release so that people know what the determination of cause of death is. So it's basically a short form saying that. So this is a letter I constructed, or the office constructed, based on what was on the death certificate of Lynn Hernan regarding the cause and manner of death and how the injury occurred.
What's the date on this exhibit?
September 27th, 2019.
And remind the jury when you did the autopsy.
October 4th, 2018.
So fair to say a lot of time passed between the autopsy and your determination in this case.
Yes.
Is that common?
This long, not common, but there were 4 different submissions for toxicology, and I wanted to be very sure, based on what my final determination was, that I had not failed to consider any further or new information.
Holly Moore asked a question, did the state ask for her to be qualified and missed it? That I don't know. Jamie, do you know if
I
the
do
state asked for?
know, but I had to do something and walk out
The
too.
state did go through all of her credentials and stuff, but I don't think they actually qualified her as an expert.
Okay.
If they did, I completely missed it. I don't know why they wouldn't, but I don't remember it specifically. But she is the
Okay.
medical examiner, and she testified that she does all the autopsies and determines death in connection with the investigation.
I thought maybe that they had. I don't see why they would allow her to continue if she wasn't qualified.
Yeah.
It's the state. They're generally not going to mess around with that too much.
This entire case has been long-winded and
Yeah.
never ending. So welcome, Holly. It's a lot
Good to
of
see
fun.
you. Yes.
Yeah.
What did you have for lunch that day? Tetrahydrozoline, maybe?
Blue Hair Bible Lady says they did not. So they
Okay.
did not.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right.
And is Exhibit 36 a fair and accurate copy of the letter your office
Caught up.
produced in this case?
I can't see the exhibit number, but yeah.
Just scroll down. Thank you.
Yes.
I move Exhibit 36 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
36 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
That's funny. He's what? He's in a dead end job.
There's a little bit of a delay, so I just just want to make sure that it's in the jury box before we continue.
Yep, Holly. This is they do drag on.
All right. I think I even
Jeez,
saw
Holly
the
wasn't
light
blind
go on
yesterday when
some
you
of
said
their
give
faces,
them some
so
real names.
That's a clue.
Betaruski.
Dr.
and
Bedritsky, is
Oops.
this exhibit 36 that you were just shown on your screen?
Yes.
If we could scroll down, please. Okay. And we're going to go much more in depth into these determinations.
I gotta see this. Cause of death is tetrahydrozoline poisoning. Other significant condition contributing to death are all of this other azapram, hydrocodone. Jesus.
Well, she had multiple medications in her system.
Yeah.
She had multiple, or if you missed yesterday, they read off her ailments, and oh my gosh, renal failure. Like, she had all the failures.
Yeah, and that's not caused by tetrahydrozoline. That's just
That's why
what
I'm
it is.
interested in hearing how they connect it all, because who's to say it wasn't something else that had happened? Or, I mean, I don't know.
Or that she took it herself.
Exactly.
God.
I mean, I know that sounds stupid, like, because that stuff makes you very sick.
Yeah.
But
Oh man. I mean, that's just insane. As stated on death certificate, this fatal injury occurred to an unknown time and an unknown date when the descendant was given by another. Well, how would you know it was given by another? See, that right there is aggravating. That they write that on for their investigation. How do you know it was given by another? Yeah, with all those drugs, you could have gotten like 3 death certificates. It's insane.
But before the lunch break here, I'd just like you to explain to the jury the content in the middle paragraph of this and what your findings were in this case.
Okay. It's structured as a death certificate is structured. So what my obligation is
Almost
to
sounds
fill
like
out the
no
death
right there,
certificate
doesn't it?
is to fill out what they call the primary cause of death.
Her
And
voice.
that's like part 1. And part 2 are all the other conditions that contributed significantly to the cause of death. Then there's, if it's not a natural death, how did an injury occur and the time and place and how it occurred. So the cause of death I
really,
determined
like,
was
I really,
tetrahydrozoline poison.
sorry, I forget.
No, go ahead.
We have this thing, the pause thing.
Oh, that's fine.
Well, you know, when somebody is really sick like that and they have a lot of medications and a lot of ailments, it's really hard for me to, I don't know how anybody else feels, to say, oh, well, this is what happened. Because we don't really, I mean, I can understand if it's a healthy person and they take them in and they have something in their system that is not usual, you know, not normal. Okay. But when you have somebody who's really sick, how do you really pin it down?
Yeah, I mean, and maybe because the chemical has a certain way of going into the body a certain way, like you could say, for example, the death was caused by fentanyl because that they had a lethal amount in their system, which would have
And
been
like the heart stopped, and that's a sign, or fentanyl is known to stop the heart and things like that.
When
right.
it's like medications and stuff, like, I don't know.
But yeah, all the other medications could have caused it also, but
And how do we not know she was at that? I mean, tomorrow was going to be her last breath because of her renal failure or something like that. I mean,
well, and I think the way that this is written, and I mean, you can correct me on this, David, if it's written as stated on the death certificate, this fatal injury occurred at an unknown time and an unknown date when the decedent was given tetrahydrozoline by another. I think that is already putting guilt on someone.
So this is the thing. So the medical examiner, a lot of people get this confused. Like, the medical examiner's job is not just a doctor that says this is what was in this person's system, you do the rest of the work. The medical examiner's job is to actually take that into consideration as well as all the other circumstances surrounding the death to determine an actual cause of death. So the medical examiner is the one that's going to say this is homicide, not, suicide or not an accident or whatever, because they're taking in other considerations. Like you go to a medical
But
examiner after a car accident, the medical examiner is not going to say, well, he missed his head. That was the cause of death. He didn't have his head on right. No, they're going to say, okay, well, there was a car accident involved and there was an impact from this angle, and that's what caused the death.
right, but it's the one word, and there's two words in there that could have been changed that would have made me not feel so against the way that this is written. All it had to
Part of the
say was
reason why
tetrahydrozoline by ingestion. But
Yep.
it says by another.
Right. And that's
Which-
part of what the medical examiner does, though, is determine whether or not it was accidental, or it could be inconclusive, right? They could say tetrahydrine or hydrazine or whatever the hell it is in the body, unknown origins, inconclusive as to the manner of death. Now, the cause of death, they could say, is this chemical, but the manner
Right.
of death, homicide, suicide, accident, whatever, they could say that that's inconclusive.
Because this is putting guilt automatically on somebody else.
And this is a state actor with all the resources that the state has, placing guilt on someone. And that's why I say, the system that we have right now, in theory, this defendant should have a medical examiner of their own, or an expert, or at least the ability to hire one. I don't know if she's going to, but you need one in this case.
Oh,
What?
I'm aggravated by that. That's all. It just,
Yeah.
if they, because you would think that you're innocent until proven guilty by anybody. And a medical examiner writing things this way, I think is just inappropriate. She could put Visine in her drinks. Yeah, she could do it herself. She could have, could have been the next door neighbor. Who knows? I mean, but I would still have not put blame on another. I would have said by ingestion. That would have made.
Yeah, but that's the job of the medical examiner, is to determine, and if the medical examiner, in connection with the police investigation,
But that makes them the judge and the jury.
Well, it kind of does,
What's
why.
what's the point of having a judge, and what's the point of having a jury if the medical examiner is pretty much saying, yeah, somebody else did it?
Yeah, I know it's a problem, because you have an expert there saying this was caused by this chemical that was placed there by somebody else, and you should be able to argue around that to a jury. But again, I think it's more of a societal problem with the jury not understanding their role, because they could understand this, they could spot that difference, and we just don't do a good job educating our society.
Yeah. I'll start it back up so we're not. She's supposed to be unbiased. Yeah, good luck. She's a state actress.
I also determined that there were other significant conditions. I think it's important to say that the CDC has instructions on filling out a death certificate, and other significant conditions should not include things that are historical. It should include things that affect the cause of death in a significant way. So you should be able to say why you put that in there. So under that conditions, I included a number of other medications, including baclofen, ropinirole, alprazolam, hydrocodone, and cyclobenzaprine use, other medications. I also
Well, are
put in
those other
some of her
medications
important natural diseases, including
likely to
interstitial
lead to the same
myocarditis, hypertension,
unalived?
hepatic.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's what
I
I'm
mean-
saying. Are the potential side effects of those other medications likely to lead to the unaliving of oneself? And if so, then did you take that into consideration? Maybe we'll get there. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, they need their own medical expert on this one. Because
Yeah, they do. And the state should pay for it.
yeah, I think they should have to.
Steatosis and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease.
Within a range.
Then I have to determine a manner of death. I have to pick one of the 5 manners. And I determined it was a homicide which is a medical determination, not based on law enforcement or criminal rules. It's a public health determination, actually.
There it is. That needs to be changed. That's my theory, is that should be changed right there. If they're saying her ruling is a homicide, oh, that's a medical evaluation. No, I don't agree.
Actually.
Yeah.
And how this injury occurred is that she was given tetrahydrozoline by another, which is why I called it a homicide. If it was self-administered, it would be something else.
What do you mean?
And the use of baclofen,
Yeah.
propinerol, alprazolam,
How do
hydrocodone,
you know?
cyclobenzaprine.
Yeah.
So I have to indicate all of those unnatural conditions as injury.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm
Dr.
sure she's
Brzezinski.
good at her
This would
job,
be a
but
good
how do you
time
know?
to take the lunch break, Judge.
All right, I agree. Thank you for stepping at I think, a logical point.
Does she have to talk so much?
You can just remain seated, Dr. Brzezinski, for the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you've heard my instructions.
Yeah, she's just going to scoot him off. She doesn't even
Partial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe
blah blah
that
blah. Yeah, they're on break for a little while. So, no, you're muted, Dave.
Yeah, sorry. I believe they should be coming back in like 20 minutes from now. So we got 20 minutes to kill. Dead
Cool,
air.
very cool.
Yeah. So what's
Oh,
up with you,
man.
Shizzy? What you been doing?
Oh, let's see. I did my.
I
my
saw you
health
with the
training.
Jessys yesterday. I was very jealous.
Yes, it was awesome. So yeah, the Jesses and I are doing the what do you call it? The Johnny Depp trial rewatch.
Oh yeah.
And it's really interesting after a year and knowing all that you know, the outcome of the case, to go back and actually catch where Johnny's team was coming from, and all the things that they were bringing in, and seeing where Heard's team is coming from, and the questions that they're asking, and the way that they're asking it, and it sort of gives context later on in the trial, which is really interesting to see. I noticed that. Hey, Nookie, I noticed that last night. It was, I didn't realize how much of an impact of that his sister had on the direction that case was going.
Well, this is what I said from the beginning. I know nothing about this case. I'm just covering it for Baker. And by the way, the Broken Baker will be picking up this stream hopefully tomorrow and carrying it on. So I will just have yesterday and today. There is a link to his channel pinned at the top of my chat. If you guys want to go over there, subscribe, hit the notifications. So if you want to carry on watching this case, it'll be over there. But when I first brought this up yesterday, I said, here's my hypothesis, because I deal with this a lot. I do a lot of, I'm a litigator, and then it also includes probate litigation. I won't draft a will or a trust or anything for you, but I litigate them when the family starts fighting, and the family always starts fighting. And one of the things is I also used to do guardian ad litem work, which is where if someone petitions to be a conservator or a guardian over another individual, the guardian ad litem is appointed to act as both kind of a quasi-investigator, but also represent the interest of the potential wards in the case. So I would go investigate these. And a lot of times I would have people that were abandoned by their family, and good-hearted people took them in and said, well, now I need authority. And everyone's a little suspicious, because is this person really interested in helping this person, or are they trying to scam them? So we watch them with close eyes. But there's a lot of times when people are simply abandoned by their family. And then all of a sudden there's, they've been living with this person for 6 months, and this person can't really help them, but at least has a roof over their head and is feeding them. They file a petition, and families coming out of the woodwork saying this person's taking advantage and they're trying to steal their money. And it's like, well, but you kind of abandoned them, right? I mean, we can be fair. You haven't talked to your father in 6 years, but all of a sudden this person that's been caring for him for the last year is the bad person, right? And so you get that a lot. And my initial suspicion in this case was that she died, and all of a sudden, family came out of the woodwork and said, "Oh, wait, this other woman, this defendant in this case, has been stealing her money and this and that should go to us. That's ours because that's our aunt and that's our mother and that's whatever." But you haven't been around. You haven't been caring for this person. So because this person now amends their will to leave you out of it, you think the other person is, unduly influencing or stealing their money when it's really not the case. So I'm always very critical of these cases to begin with. I'm always suspicious of the person that wants to care for essentially a stranger or a friend or someone they don't really know. But I'm also just as suspicious of the family when all of a sudden they appear after somebody dies. So
Well,
I don't trust anybody. It's
Well,
essentially
interesting thing. There's a guy that I worked with, and he was quite wealthy, and he explained. He goes, this is hey, Ghost Street. This is how he ended up becoming wealthy. It wasn't intentional. There was an apartment that he lived in, and the guy that owned the apartment, and it wasn't like a big huge apartment complex, maybe like 6 or 7 little apartments in this building, and the guy was having a hard time getting people to take care of things. So what he did was just sort of go and mow the lawn for him. And if somebody, sort of like on-site handyman. I mean, it wasn't hard for him to keep up with it. It was a really tight little community. And didn't ask for anything for payment or anything like that, except, the guy would be, just cut him a deal on his rent. And he was like, "Oh, that's fine. I mean, I don't mind doing it. It gives me something to do. And it's helping out my little community here." And whenever this guy passed, he left him everything. That apartment, left his house to him, left everything to him. And I don't know if he just didn't have any family or whatever, but he changed his will without him even knowing it. And whenever he went to the funeral is whenever he found out. And this guy was just unbelievably wealthy and just left everything to him, just for him being nice.
Yeah. No, I mean, I deal with people that disinherit family members, other children, and things like that. But the golden rule is, and I don't know, it's probably different in every state, and I don't even really know if it's that effective. But a lot of people say, leave the people that you want to disinherit, leave them $10,
Something.
$100, leave them something so that you can say, you can point to it later. The person, representing the case can point to it later and say, "Listen, they knew that person existed. They acknowledged that person. They left them $100. That is all they're getting. That's all they wanted to give to that person, rather than just leaving them blank or disinheriting them."
Right.
So, but even then, oftentimes, we settle, we compromise, right? So someone leaves their entire amount to one family member and gives a nominal amounts to the others. We usually end up paying them, the cost of litigation, nuisance fees to go away. Here's a few $1,000s to go away, that kind of
Right.
thing. Hey, Nicholas, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Thank you.
Hey, Nick.
Hey,
Good to see
Nick.
you.
We're still covering for Baker over here. And we are on a 20-minute break. Well, maybe another 15 minutes from the court.
Well, I said
Is it
lunch.
just a blank screen?
The lunch.
Yeah, that's the screen.
Huh. Yeah, it's a lunch break.
They started a new feed, so.
Oh, did they?
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Let me
Day
I'll do
2,
this.
part 2, yeah.
If you want to hide my screen, I'll pull it up and see if I can
But
find
it's black too.
it. Well,
Day 2, part 2. Oh, no, I have it. I went straight to it.
Oh,
oh, did
okay.
you?
Yeah, so it's probably the same stream.
Okay.
If you just pull up the caption, it should say Day 2, part 2. It just
Yeah, it
jumped.
says
It
day
did a
2, part
redirect.
2. Okay.
It did a redirect. So we're just waiting.
What time did they say they were coming back?
Jimmy, get your dogs under control. No, I don't know
Yes.
actually what time they said they were coming back. I'm just assuming an hour.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming like 1 o'clock is probably the time, and 1 o'clock their time, which would be 15 minutes from now, 13 minutes from now.
Yeah, something like that.
I'm just guessing, honestly.
Well, and if it goes a little bit over, I would say more than likely 1:15 Eastern or 2:15 Eastern time, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys can see my butter's hair.
She said close to 1:30. They'll get going again. So
Oh, God. So we have like an hour or 40
Wow.
minutes or so.
Hour and 40
All right,
minutes. What are we
Jessy, you
gonna
got to
do?
sing and dance for us, man. You got to entertain us.
Yeah,
To play
sing
some
and
music
dance for you.
and you
So
can start
what
dancing.
what have you got going on this week, David?
Well, tonight, if my left side of my head holds up, I will be carrying on with the Whitmer trial closing arguments. I'm skipping the rest of the testimony. I'm going straight to the closing arguments. My first initial thought was I was only going to play the state's argument since it was a failing argument. I wanted to laugh all the way through. But then
Right.
someone, maybe you also, somebody recommended that we watch the Mike Knoll's attorney, who hasn't really done much talking, listen to his closing argument because apparently
Yes.
it's really good. So
It
I think
is
we're going to
really
do
good.
those two closing arguments. Hopefully tonight at like 7 p.m. we're going to start, because
Okay.
then Thursday I have a stream with Excited, and then Friday I have a stream with Expert, and then Saturday I have Jody again, and then I have a Lego stream with Valhalla, and Steph the Author Nerd is joining us.
I know.
Hey,
That's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
That should be great with Steph and Valhalla together. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is going to be a good stream. So don't forget the Lego stream. And if you guys don't know the Lego stream, we don't just play with Legos. It's actually sort of an interview stream where we bring on guests, we interview them. Wendy H is our moderator. But we build Legos and have a few libations and talk about life and law while we interview our guests. So it should be a good time. And I'm excited because I haven't had a lot of screen time with Steph. And Steph does rock.
Yeah.
So I don't really know a lot about her. I've been in her chat. I've been with her on panels, but I'm very excited to sit and gossip with Steph a little bit. I have some questions about the royal family, since we decided many years ago that we don't need royals in the king and we don't care what they have to say. I'm curious to ask her a few questions. So it's gonna be a good time.
It will be a good time. I've got
And that's
And
9 p.m. Eastern, by the way, on Saturday.
Yeah, 9 p.m. Eastern for that. And I've got doing a thing with Expert on Friday. Saturday I've got Jess again. We're probably going to do some more of that stream in the middle of the day, like early on in the day, sort of build into it just whenever, because we're on different time zones. So for me, 10 o'clock in the morning is like her, 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, some crap like that. It's weird. So it makes it a little bit different. She's not quite waking up whenever I am. And then we're gonna probably get to, because we got Isaac Baruch tomorrow or today. So we'll do Isaac and see how far she can go, because I know she will go to sleep earlier than I do. It's weird. So we'll be doing that, and then Friday, Thursday I'm not going to do anything. I've got someone coming into town, and I have a board meeting that I have to deal with. And then Friday 8 to 9 I should be on with the Expert, and then I'm going to go over to Waifu Crons for her stream, and then she'll probably finish out over there, because I think Jessica and her are going to be on with the Expert maybe at 10 or 11 or something like that, and then we'll just feed everybody over there. And then Saturday I'll be on with Jess in the morning, and possibly with Winning Reality at night. So we'll see how all that plays out. It's going to be a long weekend. And my wife's
doing
out
a
of town.
thing with Expert.
Doing a thing with Expert? Yeah, it's a Halloween thing. Yeah. Valhalla will be there also.
Yeah, Valhalla will be there. And yeah, if we didn't say it, bye, blue hair Bible lady. I tried to say it.
Oh, she's awesome. Blue hair
Yeah, she
Bible
was live
lady.
now. I saw that, but he just had like a crossword thing going on. I don't know what he was doing.
Oh,
Yeah, but Dave,
Well-
I can't. I mean, I have no clue how to answer your question other than say contact an attorney in the state.
If
You know.
Halloween stream Friday night, yeah. And then of course MG Law, if he streams tonight, because he's very like he's not going to stream if his wife is not feeling good. Like if she's passed out, he'll stream and sort of keep a ear open for her. So we might
If you could get Isaac on a stream, oh my God, Isaac is awesome. I love that man. I've watched his testimony over and over and over and over. I absolutely love him. I made a super cut of his testimony.
Well, and I don't like his political beliefs at all, but I will tell you what, he just seems like a fun person. It just seems
He does. I've checked out his artwork and I was like, ooh, I really want to buy that, but it's kind of expensive.
Yeah, I don't have any desire to buy any of it. It's a little creepy.
I like his nude Hillary Clinton, and he's got a nude. If you guys want to see a nude Hillary Clinton drawn by Isaac Baruch.
What?
Oh my God.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, you guys gotta check out his art.
I think he also has like the Brady Bunch or something like that, or the Partridge
He does.
Family.
He has the nude Brady, not the maid. I think from the Brady Bunch. It's been a while since I looked at it.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna look at it.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't like it, a lot of his stuff, but as far as a person goes, he seems like just a pretty cool guy that you could hang out with, have a beer, and would be, fun.
Okay, so let's.
Oh, Jude, you should have the links to.
Hmm?
You should have my link. You come in there all the time, Jude. My.
Let's see, where is his stuff? Is it
Pull
on?
some art up. You have to be very careful pulling up his art.
Oh, I'm not gonna pull it up. Yeah, I don't know. I'm like, you guys should just check him out on whatever social media platform. I'm looking at him on Facebook right now. Okay, so here's his Pinterest. He's got a whole collection on Pinterest. Oh.
You're like, yeah, I can't show that. I can't show that.
Yeah, I know. It's like, nope. Let's see. He's got some fun stuff though. Like I would get it and put it on my wall. I just can't put it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Who's Wendy Walker?
Don't know. Wendy Walker. That name sounds really familiar. It's an actress, right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got a cartoon of her naked.
Oh.
Don't know.
I don't know if he's painting from experience or just from the mind's eye, but they're hilarious.
I think it's from the mind's eye.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to say that Isaac has seen Hillary Clinton nude.
No. Of course, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, right. I mean,
Maybe.
there's a possibility, right?
There is that possibility. I mean, he's a big Hillary fan.
Yeah, he likes the unattired art for sure.
Oh my God, stop it.
Are you looking it up?
No.
Oh my gosh.
He's on the Twitters.
Exactly, Dave. You're absolutely correct. Jamie is more famous than all the host streamers. She provides color commentary.
I'm
Absolutely.
just sitting here.
She is.
I know.
People
Today's
come for Jamie.
day.
They tolerate me.
It's been, the testimony has been like,
Yeah.
I'm like working at the same time and I cannot pay attention to this guy today.
Yeah. They're bad. They're so bad.
Just wanted to like have a point they're getting to. They're just like all over the place with the questioning and
Yeah, they don't have that.
and he got like started getting to the point. And I'm like, okay, but it took like how long?
Yeah. Have a clear path and get there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God! I just came across the smear campaign for Isaac.
A what?
A smear. So April 14th of 2022. So like during the trial, at the start of Johnny Depp versus the Sun trial in 2020. Depp's childhood friend, Isaac, who witnessed Johnny's tumultuous marriage with Amber Heard, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, so then it's like, who is this man really? And they're digging up his past. Okay, this man is not to be trusted. You know, in 1986, that's how recent we're talking. 1986, he was arrested in LA for possession of a controlled substance.
Oh my gosh.
Just him.
You know, and in California in 1986, possession of a controlled substance could have been anything from cocaine to heroin to weed.
I know.
So
This is
weed was
scary.
not allowed in California at that point in time in 1986. It wasn't allowed pretty much anywhere.
It goes on. He's like, he had to post bond at $2,500.
Ooh, $2,500. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, and also, you know, if I'm not mistaken, he played with Johnny. They were in a band together, and I'm pretty sure that's right. I could be wrong.
And he was represented by a criminal defense attorney, Garrison Horn. It's like,
Garrison
okay,
Horn.
what does this have to do with anything? But all right.
Yeah. They write it like it's supposed to mean something, and oh man. Isaac would be awesome to hang out with. No.
Oh, now here's the connection. In the same year, 1986, there was the U.S. Justice Department started a payola probe, and federal investigators then arrested and convicted 3 prominent figures in the music industry. And do you know who defended those 3 prominent figures?
Horn.
The same. Yep, Garrison Horn. There's a
Garrison
connection.
Horn.
You can't trust him.
Oh my gosh.
It's like, it's worse than some of the conspiracy theories I see out there.
Well, and this is where I have a little bit of a problem with the true crime stuff. Is trying to connect things that really don't connect always sort of gets me a little aggravated. It's that tying the strings all around every little thing and trying to make it matter. Oh, we got some action.
We got some color. We got the flag.
They turn the lights back on in the room. But that does get a little bit aggravating when they do that, where
Yes.
they tie these little strings that really may not mean anything. Your logo's gone. Might not mean anything. And then whenever you figure it out, you're like, oh yeah, this didn't mean anything.
Yeah, I know. But it doesn't even say he was convicted of. He was arrested of and bond was set at.
Yeah.
It's like, okay. Well, that's fun. That's a fun fact.
Yeah, that's
Jamie, he died 3 times. How many times was he arrested?
What?
Your friend who died 3 times. How many times was he
He
arrested?
died 8. It was only
Oh, he
issued
died
at
8 times. He was issued a death certificate 3 times.
3, guys. 3. He's never been arrested. He is a good. I left a little present in Discord for you also, because not only was he a fun time at work with his stories, but he had a sneeze. He had a specific sneeze, and he sneezed multiple times a day. He would like scream sneeze, and I recorded it. I recorded it. I recorded it one day.
Oh, is that what you put in Discord?
Yeah,
The screen plays? I saw that. I was like, I'm not gonna listen to that right now because
you should.
okay.
It's hilarious.
Probably sounds a lot like my scream sneezes. Where'd you put it?
I tagged you by
Oh, I
it.
found it.
I had to dig down deep for that one. I was like, I know I saved it.
Open voice memo.
Oh, you gotta open it in voice memo, yeah.
Okay,
hear it?
because I have the noise canceling. You can't hear it.
Yeah,
Hang
it
on.
cut out because he screams.
Oh, wait.
You
Hang
can't
on, I
hear
gotta
it.
back it up.
It keeps cutting out.
Damn it. Okay, because I have the noise canceling thing.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
But-
I'm gonna make this happen. It's gonna be uploaded as a drop.
I,
Nice.
you gotta like, well, you can hear like,
I know. I'm cutting everything out.
but he does it. He'd do it. And the building is huge.
Well, I hear the
Oh, you
echo.
just hear this. What you?
Oh no,
No, it's
just-
but no, I will tell you that's exactly how I sneeze.
no, I don't know okay, then I want to hear you for real. Cause he literally I know he did this on purpose. Cause he liked like the attention, but he was like, not about it.
You can command a room with the sneeze, Jamie. Don't you know this?
But it would scare the pants out of everybody, and you could hear it across the building. And I remember everybody was like, who is the guy that's doing that? And one day when I got hired on that team, it was him. I was like, there he is. And I sat right next to him. So
I'm downloading it. I will edit it. It will be up in Discord or not in Discord.
and
It'll
he
be
also
in
he
just a second.
he also he liked to speed walk a lot on his breaks. And he's a big guy. He was a big guy. He was like
It was
probably
this weight loss exercise. I'm gonna speed
well, he was
walk.
like I want to say he was like 5'10", and he was probably like 400 pounds.
Ooh.
So he would always speed. He was started, trying to be better, and he was going on his lunches. And oh my God, but he's got these short little legs. And me and my one friend would go on our breaks, and every time he'd speed by, I would, my laugh. I would have to run to the bathroom because I was like, oh my God, that is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. I mean, good for him. Like, I'm not trying to knock him, but it was
No,
just like,
definitely not.
it would always catch me off guard. And then,
Yeah, I mean, I had a buddy of mine that was probably 5'8" in
you wouldn't
high
be
school.
surprised. He was quick for.
Oh no, this guy, I watched him do backflips. 5'8", probably like 350 pounds. He would do backflips. Just the little where you do the bend backwards and crap like that, cartwheels. And I mean, if you saw him now, you wouldn't even recognize him from that period of time. He just does not look the same.
Well, it's just like all the things he'd do in his daily life when we worked in the office. I actually, guys, I miss him. I actually miss him sometimes when I'm like, me and my one friend reminisce all the time. We're like, oh my God, remember when? Because he when he put in his 2 weeks, I was actually like kind of sad. I was like, dang it. I mean,
You should have said keep in touch.
He fell asleep at his desk all the time. Oh, we call all over the country for stuff that we do. And anytime he would get somebody with an accent, he would like start talking with an accent. And we were like, why are you doing that? And he's like, I don't know, man. Every time I hear somebody, he just had this whole story for everything. It was like, every time I heard somebody with an accent, it just makes me talk it just brings my accent out. I'm like, you're from Michigan.
I want to say I'm not a chameleon. I don't bend my mannerisms or what I say in a public, but I will instinctively, without any sort of mindset to it, pick up on people's accents and start talking with an accent. I don't know why. I do it.
Okay, well,
And so I catch
it's
myself.
fine. But it's just funny because he would we'd get somebody with a really heavy Southern accent, and then all of a sudden he would just be talking like that, and I'd be like, what is happening right now? He's like, oh, my accent just comes out of me every time. And I'm like, what accent you live in?
Well, my wife's my sister, which is out in Phoenix, she says I have an accent. I don't notice it.
He has a good time.
Okay, you ready for the sneeze?
I caught him itching his foot one time with a knife.
Yeah, we're ready.
He does all kinds of stuff.
Wait, hang on. Hang on. I got to fix it. Never mind. Ignore me.
Okay.
But
Go ahead, Jamie. I'm sorry.
No. I was just trying to think about one time he asked me, we have vending machines in our cafeteria. And one day he didn't have like quarters or dollars or whatever. So he like asked me if I could lend him $2 so he could get some snacks. And he tried paying me back in pennies. One time. He literally brought a little sack of pennies the next day. And I was like, and that's not even full volume. That was, I was standing in the corner of the thing because I was trying to be discreet.
I took out, there's a lot like before and after where you can hear just like the, the secretary is just chatting away like, oh, well, if you just call this number, it's all quiet. And then
Exactly. And she didn't bat an eye. I was dying laughing because she was like trying to get that message and he just does it. And I'm like, can you imagine these people have to hear when they get our messages? Like, what the hell? But he we told him, one day, we were like, well, why do you have to do it like that? Like, you're literally screaming. And he's like, he said he has a medical condition that doesn't allow him to hold it in because his something about his chest could burst or something. I don't know. He had a whole and I was like, wait, what?
how annoying. Please stop playing it.
I am not messing with anybody. I swear to God, this person is real.
Oh, that's awesome.
And he was my favorite. One day he came in and he had a big cast on his arm. We don't know what happened. So he couldn't type. And he had to use voice to text, to leave call on. And you have to tell it to listen to you, I guess, and then start talking, and it wouldn't work half the time. So he'd be screaming at us, listen. And it was just so entertaining. Yes,
Unintentional humor.
It was just always yeah. And then they had to go, they finally had to move him to a spot where he couldn't be around people because he was doing that kind of stuff all the time. So the boss was like, we kind of got to move you over here. But they said it in a nice way. So it was harder to hear him, but it was fun. It was a good time.
I love it.
I know you aren't supposed to suppress them, but what he was doing was, man, I wish that's pretty loud, but you guys don't even understand. He screamed and it echoed throughout the building. And it was every time. It was never one time we caught him doing a normal sneeze. So I know he can do a normal sneeze. And one time we called it out to him too. I was like, what was that? He's like, oh, it must have not came out because he says that's how he sneezes. And that was he couldn't change it or whatever. And we were laughing.
Somebody said something about a red stapler. Just a second. I got my red slinkerling.
Oh, where's my red stapler? Did I take it home? I might have taken it home.
Yep.
I wonder. I could have swore too. One day my one friend at work used to record him a lot. See if she has a video of him speed walking.
That would be hilarious.
No, because I swear she was recording one time when we were coming out into the hallway and he sped by us real fast and then we both started laughing so hard. Oh my God, I'm gonna find all the old stuff and have good fun with it.
Yeah, I've worked with some kooks, especially around mechanics. We had a guy that was oh crap, I would say he was about 5'10", about 400 pounds. Good description of what you have there. And what he did was he got naked and crawled up into his the upper chest of his toolbox,
Mm-hmm.
and he was giving this pose so they could take a picture of it. And what they were going to do is they were going to put it on the manager's desktop, because he didn't know how to change his desktop screen. And so while he was up there posing, and I think he was wearing his tidy whities or whatever, but you couldn't tell because, he had all the stuff was overhanging. And so as they're taking a picture, they hear a customer like coming through the shop because, the service advisor's talking to him. And so they closed him up inside the cab, the hutch. And he's just in there laughing. Just, you can hear him just because he's sitting in there naked.
I love it.
That as soon as the customers left, they let him out. He gets dressed back up, and they uploaded it onto the manager's desktop, and it took him months to figure out how to get it on. So every time he'd open up his desk,
Oh, every time I hear it, it makes me miss him.
every time he'd open up the desktop, there he would be. This
That's funny.
Oh my God, we had so much fun. And somebody had taken a washer fluid motor, and they had hooked up a line with a whole bunch of washer fluid line snaked it throughout the shop. And this guy would be working at his station working on a car, and the guy would connect it and shoot water out of it. And it would just hit this guy, and it would just soak him. And he was look around like, where's that coming from? Like his whole back would be soaked. Mean things that we did. Hey.
Hi, John. How are you? Welcome to this trial. Jamie gave me a new favorite toy, John.
That's my favorite thing in the world now. I'm glad you cleaned it up and we just get right to it.
Jamie, do you want the new edited version? You want me to send that back? I'll put it in Discord.
Awesome.
Put it in the Discord for all to enjoy.
That's going in the Jamie's OnlyFans.
Yep. And yeah. But yeah, he told me that fun fact about him dying and I was just like, everyone's like, why didn't you question him? I just went, oh, really? Wow. I'm glad you're here. So. What do you say to that?
Don't.
Oh, I have so many questions for him. If someone came up to me and said, I've died 8 times, I was issued 3 death certificates, we're like, okay, we're going to write a book. Let's sit down. Let me get my notes. This is Tuesday with what's his name going on. That's what would happen if I had heard that story.
I kind of wish I would have. So then I had more to it. But all I remember is I was like shocked that he was like seriously telling me this. And then I was like, how is that possible? And he was like, I don't know. He just started mumbling something. And I was like, okay. And then I went home and told everybody about it. I'm like, listen to this story.
Listen to this crazy stuff.
Well, it was like, because they used to do that thing when like new people would come on the team. They do like, everybody send like 3 fun facts about yourself. And it was like, I like orange. I like pizza. And I died 8 times.
Oh my God.
And I was like, what the F is going on?
Oh.
Could you imagine? I feel like Dave would do stuff like that to people.
Yeah.
And you're like, just throw something really off the wall.
Wait, what would I do to people? Probably.
I
But
said,
what?
I feel like you were starting. Give me 3 fun facts about yourself. I like orange. I like pizza. And I died 8 times.
What is this? Let's see.
You're welcome to read it. I can't. I can't say anything about it.
All right.
It's a little, but you're welcome to show it. I just can't comment on it.
Oh, wait, no, this is, hang on. Clayton County Commissioner voted to remove District 3 Commissioner Felicia Franklin from her role as vice chairwoman at the specially called meeting Monday afternoon. It's a sad day for Clayton County. I don't know if it's a sad day if they voted to remove her. Hang on a second. Oh, I don't know. Okay. All right. So Merrill police said that the commissioner passed out on the ground outside of the 404 Sports Bar and Grill on the night of September 29th. Oh, there's video of it. Ooh. Hang on. There's commercials. Hang on. I'm about to pull this up. This looks like a good time.
Well, I'm hiding my face. I can't.
Oh, this is like a whole news report. I want the raw video because I don't want to show a news report. Okay, so apparently she got drunk and passed out in front of a bar. Did she fight with cops, or is she just like totally inebriated? Oh my God. Okay, hang on. I'm not going to play the video, but look at these images here. Hang on, let me share my screen. Oh, share. There we go. So this is her. And this is her. She is out. Is she lying in a pool of her urine, or is that a shadow?
It's her hair. Oh, it could be. Could be urine.
Oh no, I don't want an ad. Go away.
Mhm.
Stop. No, that's, I think, just her shadow. So, well, you know,
No,
as one
that's
does
urine.
from time to time. So she has now been she county commissioner, huh? Franklin did not show up for the meeting and did not respond to Fox 5 asking for comment. These are our public officials, ladies and gentlemen. These are our officials. She called on Governor Brian Kemp to step in and remove her from the commission altogether. Oh, wait, who did? Well, that's all kinds of good stuff. She looks like she's in a bad way. It wouldn't be the first time. There was an Oakland County, we'll say an Oakland County judge that was running for office a number of years ago that actually got a DUI while on the campaign trail and still got elected, though.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, look at what's his name? Betterman. I mean, he still got elected.
Yeah, I know. I mean, but you know, two things come to mind. First of all, it's unreasonable and, in my mind, stupid to expect our politicians to be angels, right?
Right.
So that's the one thing. And then the other thing is when they campaign as "I am holier than thou," and then they do something like this, it's highly entertaining and funny. But I mean, politicians are people, all right? We
Yeah.
shouldn't expect them to be pure as the driven snow.
No,
Yeah.
but you also do hold them up to a little bit higher standard where they're not passed out drunk in front of a bar.
You know, I don't know. It might be something where the governor actually has the authority to remove elected officials at a lower county level. I don't know.
Yeah.
We really don't have that in Michigan. Not that I'm aware of. But
Well, because the county commissioner would be the highest level in that particular county here, and you have to understand Georgia has a lot.
this is
of
like an
counties.
executive position, or is this a
Yes.
board seat?
It's an executive position.
Okay. So in
It's
Michigan,
an elected
commissioner
position.
sits on a board of, you know, however many, depending on the size of your county. And then there is depending, each county can either appoint a chief executive or they can have an elected chief executive position, or they can basically make somebody president of the commission. They all kind of have the same role as like leader of the county, the executive position. But just because you're a commissioner doesn't mean that you're chief commissioner or the executive of the county. Like Oakland County, where I live, there's Oakland County executive. Genesee County, do they have an executive? I don't know. Jamie? She doesn't.
Yeah, I think that's an elected executive position, and it would I think it would require the governor to step in to have someone removed.
Bye, Jude. Hopefully there'll be a trial later when you come back. Just a wait.
See you soon, Jude. Yeah. County has 169. Georgia has 169 counties in it.
Georgia.
Yep, 169 counties.
Jamie, how many do we have in Michigan?
167.
Did you just Google it?
No.
I think we have like
Right?
89 or something, actually.
You have what? How many?
I think we have like 89.
Oh.
Yeah, it's I think Georgia has the second highest. I think Texas has the most, something like that. But I know that Georgia has like second or third
83.
highest.
We have 83 counties.
Yeah.
That's way
But
off.
some of the counties are like as big as the state of Rhode Island, and they have half the population of the state of Rhode Island.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
They're huge. A lot of the counties are huge.
Not here in Georgia. You look at the county districting map, and it is tiny. Like Clayton and Fulton border on DeKalb County, and I mean it's like which borders on Cobb County, which are like your right there, and could easily be one whole county in itself.
Brandon, if you're talking about my merch store, which is awesome, and everyone listening should check it out. I gave like an assortment of colors, and if it says navy, I have to assume it's going to appear navy when it arrives. I know the colors are a little off. Like one of them I was like, that looks black, but it said navy. And another one looked like bright blue, but it said navy. So I'm just wondering if they're trying to differentiate or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll have to get a merch store set up at some point in time.
It's both like easy and complicated and a pain in the ass and fun all at the same time. And then nobody likes what you did, so then you have to go through and edit it. John.
Or you could just
Always
make
glad.
them. You make them limited offers. That's what you do. It's just like, I'm only going to run this one for a month, and then it's gone.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
That's not a bad idea. I might be rethinking this merch store idea. There might be some stuff that's got to go off the shelves here pretty quick, actually, now that I'm thinking.
Yeah.
About it. Texas has 254 counties. Yeah, but it's huge.
Yeah. Georgia is tiny compared, and it has that many counties.
Yeah, Pixie was the very first to order from my merch store. She ordered the White Girl Wasted Tumbler, and I'm so excited.
She says, on the way.
On the
way.
There is an individual who I haven't seen in chat, but if anyone wants to know while I'm still here or why I am still here streaming and not try to hand over the reins to Valhalla and left a while ago, has sent me something that's supposed to arrive at some point in the next hour and a half. So I'm a little, when people send me messages saying, hey, I sent you something, and don't worry, it's not a glitter bomb. I have a feeling it's a glitter bomb. We'll find out.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Pixie is
Well, and it depends on the person, so be wary.
Wicked Wiki puts in Atlanta split between two counties, which is incredibly dumb. Well, you think it's split between two counties because Metro Atlanta, what they consider Metro Atlanta, is split between like 50 counties. Like it's so screwy. Like it goes all the way almost to Tennessee. They consider Metro Atlanta all the way down to Macon. It's like stupid.
Hmm.
I could do an unboxing.
Yeah.
That
Especially
way,
if it is a glitter
something goes
bomb.
wrong, there's video evidence of it.
Especially if it is a glitter bomb. That would be awesome. An unboxing of a glitter bomb. Dude.
This is gonna go horribly wrong. Could be a boxing thing. I have no idea what it is. Come on, Court. Oh my God, this is just as bad as Ronald Rubber. Oh, I got a phone call I gotta take.
All right. Well,
it's been a long time since we've actually waited for the court to come back.
yeah, usually we've got it paused and, having to, give it some,
Either we pause so much and talk so much, or we have the words on stream now.
that's true. Words on stream has
That was
done really well.
Jizzy. Oh my gosh. That was because it was nice seeing just like pause. We could just mute and go away and everybody could just have fun.
Yes. I enjoyed that so much.
We told Dave if he gets back into doing trials, he needs to implement that in his, because he used to do the thing too where it split up the streams for the day.
When I was talking with Melissa Jane and she was like, I need to get up some watch hours. Can I use that words on stream? I was like, yeah, absolutely. It's free. Everybody should use it and know about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, go for it. I don't own any rights to it. I don't make any money off of it. Just have at it. And so, she can now get monetized. She's just short like several hundred hours, which is
Val needs to do Valhalla because he's getting close.
He does. Valhalla, if he ran those just during the day, just put words on stream up and just let it run for however many hours,
Mm-hmm.
you would have it.
Yeah, because after yesterday, he's getting there. I think he said like 600 or something just left, which could go pretty fast if you have.
No, MG, you missed a couple. You got Cobb, DeKalb, Gwinnett, Fulton. I want to say Douglasville, but that Douglas County, Clayton County is on in Atlanta. So you have like the airport is in Clayton County. It's still Fulton, Clayton is Atlanta. The rest are feeder cities. Yeah, absolutely. It's rough. It's rough. Yeah. If Valhalla ran words on stream, just like while he's like during the day, he would get his watch hours in.
Mm-hmm.
Like in just a short period of time. I mean, it doesn't take anything to set up. Plus, you get interaction on your channel.
Mm-hmm.
Like if he started it up in the morning and went and did whatever he was going to do throughout the day, and then came back and ended the stream sometime after lunch. Put a cap on it, like a certain amount of hours, and do that every day for like a week. He'd have his watch hours in no time.
Heck yeah.
Because all the ladies love playing that. As soon as they find it, they're just like all over it. And then all he has to do is just show up every so often, take off his shirt.
I hope he's in here. Where are you at, Val? Just give it a little peek.
Just give him a peek. That's all you got to do, Valhalla. Just give him a peek.
Goats on stream. Oh, I would love that.
Oh, that would also be another idea. Like if he could get a camera on the goats and just have the goats streaming.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God.
That little whimper. Because
I'd watch that shit all day. I'd definitely be a goat cam groupie.
Yeah.
Or
MG.
I'd have to get a third device so I could, oh man, keep the goats up all the time.
I wanted to say something, but I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet. A bonus device.
Yeah. I said what I said.
No, you just said you're gonna get a third. I'll behave.
No, I wouldn't ask that of you.
Oh, really? Using the same intro video can make. I don't know about that. I don't know. Should we try to get him to do that one?
Hey, Val, we've been giving you great ideas. He's back.
In the birth. 550. Yeah, I think Melissa Jane needs about the same amount. It might be less, but she's just going to be running the words on stream. Yeah, you talk for a few minutes whenever you start it up. Make sure that people know what's going on, where to go, get your link set up, give them a little bit of talk to, and play the words on stream. I mean, I did that for my 3D prints to help get my watch hours up. Plus, I had the 3D prints.
Yeah, like poke on one. It just come back a little while, check in, show us some goats. Oh my god!
Yeah, come walking in carrying a baby goat.
Oh my god! Stop it!
The ladies would just be like having to rewind to figure out where it was at. You like have to time it. Be like, I might be back on within the hour to show you a baby goat, and then they'll be waiting patiently for that baby goat to show up.
That's true.
They will be watching, like, where's the baby goat? Where's the baby goat? It's like, where's Waldo?
Super fans. I'd be a super fan.
See?
And Baker said you should do a sleeping stream. That's funny. I mean,
YouTube prefers no intros or outros. Anything repetitive in the AI will deem it as reused content. I don't know about that. Oh, we're back. Here we go. She almost has your eyelashes.
Sure, we are back on
that's
the record
mine.
in State versus Jessy Kurczewski
Damn,
after the lunch
Jamie.
break. Do we have Dr. Fitzricky available?
Yes, she is in the victim group.
Dr.
All right, we
Spanky
can have her
available.
Come back out, and she can be on the stand when the jury comes out.
What's her name?
Yes.
I don't know. I was going to say
Get the jury out
she's looking
here.
for
I'm
Dr.
not sure
Spanky,
what
I
time
think.
the state's going to finish their.
Let me see
direct.
why
They
she
said
wears
it's at
glasses.
least 2 more hours, maybe longer. So
Yeah.
in any event, if it's late enough in the day, I might ask this court if I could start my cross-exam tomorrow, if it's late. If it's not, could I at least have a break?
Girls
after
on
the direct's done,
film.
so I could be properly set up for the cross.
Girls on
Sure, I'll take
film.
that under advisement, and we'll just see how long it takes for the remainder of her direct.
Fair.
All right, anything else from either of the parties? If not, we'll just get Dr.
I did want to mention that Dr. Kasinko will be
Dr.
watching
Kasinko.
live stream of the expert testimony, which
These
I believe
names.
was discussed, that there's an exception to the exclusion rule for experts. She has not tuned in yet, but I wanted to make a record before she does.
There's their IT
Any
guy
of the
right there.
experts can watch the other experts.
Tell by the way
If you
he's
wanna do it by
walking.
live stream, that's fine.
He's got a little lanyard on.
All right.
It's an IT
Dr.
guy.
Fitzricky, if you would please come back up to the witness stand.
These
and once
lanyards
you're
are
there,
so
we'll have the jurors
important.
brought out.
David would kill you guys if you did that. Oh my God. Sending David glitter bombs. He would be so mad.
Especially to his office. Oh, you can never ever get rid of glitter, guys. Once it
No.
bombs there, it'll be there for centuries.
My wife got some glitter like on Christmas gifts or something like that like it was on the paper. And we took that stuff to Florida for, visiting my brother for Christmas, my brother-in-law for Christmas.
Yeah.
I still,
you.
that was what, 10, 12 years ago. I still haven't got the glitter out of my damn car. no matter what you do. It's like that is. I can't get rid of it.
It's true. I mean, I love glitter, don't get me wrong, but I don't want it.
You don't want it all
I don't
on every crevice. Love it.
What we doing?
So perfect.
That's what it would be like too, because we'd be in mid-sentence talking to people, and then there it
Thank
is.
you, everyone. Please be seated.
Love it.
Oh my god.
Attorney Nikolai, then you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, is the mic's on? Great, got it. Good afternoon, Dr. Brzezinski. You acknowledge you're still under oath to tell the truth today?
I do.
Okay. Before we dive further into some of the medical records and toxicology, I want to ask you a few questions about something pretty specific. And I'm going to ask my helper, Ms. DeValcanier, to show you Exhibit 20, just the witness, please. And I want to ask if
Shane Baker.
that's something you recognize. Acknowledging in this case, you've already told the jury that kind of your eyes and ears helpers gather info for you, right?
Yes.
Okay. So do you see Exhibit 20 before you?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something that you recognize having reviewed?
Yes.
Does it look like a fair and accurate
I
copy
just
of
made
what
him
you
say-
reviewed?
Yes.
I moved 20 into evidence, asked for permission to publish.
Well, if Valhalla comes in here, I'll
20 is
jump out
received
so
if
he
it
can get
had not been
some more
earlier,
watch hours.
and permission to publish is granted.
It's got to come in though.
He's been messaging me on Discord. I said, hey, if you want in, let me know. And he's like, I don't need your permission. Like, I'll just jump on. I was like, yeah, I
Exactly.
suppose.
We're just gonna wait till it
Oh,
gets.
jeez.
He's like, you don't need to send me a link anymore. I was like, I guess I don't.
Right. Dr. B, this is the Exhibit 20 that you just saw on the screen before you.
Yes.
And actually, this is already in evidence. But what is the jury looking at in Exhibit 20?
This is the hand of Lynn Hernan. It shows jewelry. It shows her long painted nails and a small injury on the back of her hand.
Okay. Is it important for the medical examiner's office to create a record of valuables that a decedent might be wearing?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because we could be accused of taking them.
Okay. Next, I'd like to just show the witness Exhibit 46.
Captain now. Yes.
And doctor, do you see Exhibit 46 before you?
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Did you take that?
No.
Who took it?
One of the pathology assistants during the course of the autopsy.
Okay. Have you seen that photo before?
Yes.
I move Exhibit 46 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
No objection. Exhibit 46 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Dr. Bedrinsky, what is the jury looking at in Exhibit 46?
This
Penis.
is a photo of all the jewelry as well as the glasses that were removed from the body of Lynn Hernan at the time of autopsy.
Van Halen dog tags. Oh, oh,
In terms
oh,
of the
look at that.
verbal-
Look at that. Van Halen dog tags.
Van Halen?
Yeah.
Is that what
Right
that
there.
is?
Yeah, that's Van Halen. That's awesome. That's
Yeah.
pretty damn sweet. She's a,
I
she's a
mean-
true fan.
She definitely had the look for it.
Oh, man.
She had a great look. I love it.
Bracelet, does that appear to be the same one shown in Exhibit 20 of the photo of Ms. Hernan's hand?
She is a
Yes.
rocker
Okay.
girl.
Next, I'd like to please just show the witness Exhibits 38 and then 39. I'm just going to ask if you recognize these things, doctor.
bottle of Visine.
Fair to say exhibit 39 is actually 2 pages
Yes,
and exhibit 38 is just 1 page?
yes,
Do you recognize those things?
yes.
What is exhibit 38, please?
38 is a certification by myself that the photographs on a CD are actually from the case of Lynn Hernan, that they're true copies.
Does this document also speak to the records that would have come from your office in this case?
Yes, I see that. It's the records and the photographs, yes.
Okay. As the administrator of your office, is part of your duty to respond to record requests and things like that?
It is, I'm named the record custodian.
Okay. So have you created certifications of records many, many times before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Fair to say this is the one for this case.
True.
What about exhibit 39? Do you recognize that?
Yes,
Is that part of the record for this case in your file?
yes.
Okay.
You're right back.
I'd move exhibits 38 and 39 into evidence, ask for permission to publish starting at 38.
No objection. Exhibits 38 and 39 are received, permission to publish granted.
I have it.
And if we scroll to the bottom of this page,
Uh-oh.
Doctor, can we see that number 38 exhibit sticker?
Yes,
Okay, and if we scroll back up, essentially this is you certifying the records you gave over in this case, right?
that's correct.
Okay, now I'd like to publish exhibit 39, starting with page
Yes,
1.
call me Dr. Dave, Audra.
And then scrolling to page 2, please. Doctor, you testified that this
Dr.
is a
David
record
C.
in your
Helm,
file
that's
for this case.
Yes.
What kind of a record is this?
This is property or evidence receipt.
What does that mean?
That means that when there's a transfer of property from the
Ooh.
decedent to another person, everything that was transferred
This is
is
awesome.
listed. And then on the bottom, it says who it's released
It's a
by,
pink
who it's
polka dot
released
tie.
to, and the
It's a
date.
tie?
Yes.
Aw.
Do you know a Catherine Doherty?
Yes,
Who's that?
she's a deputy medical examiner.
That's
in the
awesome.
office.
Okay. In terms
I
of
don't
the
know if the
items
person
listed on
wants
the
to be
left, would
publicly
you
called
agree
out,
appear
but
to
this
be
is
jewelry
awesome. Thank you
items?
very
Yes.
much.
Okay. And then on
Aw.
the top, again, the decedent's name is shown, right?
Yes,
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have in terms of those exhibits.
I'm very excited. I love ties.
Now, Dr. Bedritsky, I'd like to ask you about
Yeah, we know.
different pieces of the puzzle.
You don't have a
so to
pink
say,
one?
that you
Is that your first
before
pink one?
concluding the cause of death.
Oh, no, I have, you've seen my pink ones.
Tetrahydrozoline
I
poisoning
don't
and the manner being
remember.
homicide, okay?
Yes, I have pink ones.
First, I'd like to start with a discussion of Ms. Hernan's medical records. Did you have access to historical
like you said
medical
Ms.
records for Ms.
medical.
Hernan?
yes.
Where did you get those from?
We received records from 3 providers, from Advanced Pain Management,
This is an
from
everyday
Aurora,
tie, not a
and
Easter
from
tie.
Pro Healthcare.
Did you ask for those?
Yes.
Why?
It's important to know in any case, I mean, these were asked for before any lab tests came back. So I would understand her general health and historical information about her health.
Were the records voluminous?
Well, not as many as some, but they were a lot of pages.
Okay. Did you actually create kind of a summary of those records that was helpful to you in your analysis of this case?
Yes,
Okay, I'd like to show just the witness, please. A multi-page exhibit in 210.
210?
Yes.
You heard coconut tie? Polka dot tie. Polka dot tie. I know I don't have my normal mic. It's not that.
It's cute.
I like it.
And Doctor, is that actually a 13?
I have court tomorrow. It will be worn tomorrow.
yes,
What kind of suit are
Do
you
you
gonna pick?
recognize it?
yes.
What is it?
This is
I have a dark gray suit. I
Summary
think that's what I'm going
in,
to wear.
Dark gray would be
in
good.
order of time, not
Pink tie.
by
Pink
provider, of the healthcare contacts that Lynn Hernan had. So I took the records and I went chronologically from the earliest record to the latest record, indicating which healthcare provider she saw, what was the main reason, what were some of the features of the history and physical, and findings and plan.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the summary you made in this case?
Yes,
I'd move Exhibit 210 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
No objection. Thank you. Exhibit 210 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
patterns and sequence.
And Ms. DeValcanier, if we could please start with page 1 of Exhibit 210. Dr. Bedritsky, did you actually put the exhibit you created on some corkboard in this case?
I did.
Why did you do that?
Because it's important, I thought, to show the sequence of events in its totality, isolating page by page. It gave me a problem seeing patterns and sequence and what was repetitious and, you know, how things happen. So I thought it would be better to put it in a as much of a longitudinal form as I could and still be readable.
Are these two corkboards the exhibits that you just described putting together?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna put the first part of Exhibit 210 on the easel. It's Exhibit 210.
Everything that's on here.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And as we go through this, Doctor, I'm also gonna have Ms. DeValcanier blow it up for the jury, page by page, but I think it is helpful to have it in chronological order as you put it together. So as the jury is looking at the screen in front of them, page 1 of Exhibit 210, could you identify where that is on the corkboard I just put up?
Yes. I can get up.
Yes.
Okay. We're starting here, going down, and then coming back here.
Okay.
And can you just make a record of what side of the board she referenced when she said starting here?
So page 1 would then be at the top left corner of the corkboard.
Yes, as you're looking at it.
And as we continue to discuss these records, you indicated that we're going to be moving down from that page
Correct.
and then down the right side of the exhibit?
Correct.
Okay, and there's actually a third piece of corkboard to finish the exhibit?
Yes.
Okay,
Attorney Nicolai, are there 2 columns on that corkboard?
yes.
All right, thank you. So that'll help clarify for the record what that is referencing. Thank you.
So could you please explain to the jury what each column is and why it's important?
Yes. So the first column is the provider. And I think there might be a key at the bottom, but PHC stands for Pro Healthcare. A stands for Aurora. And APM is Advanced Pain Management. So those are the 3 provider records. Okay, should I continue or?
Please stay on page 1.
Okay.
And then the next column?
The next column is the date of service that she went to see the healthcare provider.
And the next?
The next is the reason that was indicated at the first part of the record. So, you know, if the medical assistant indicated why the patient was there, you know, that's what I put there.
And then in the middle column, what does the jury see here?
When the healthcare provider, as you know, when you go to the doctor, they say, have you ever had headaches? Have you ever had an earache? Do you have a sore throat? Do you have chest pain? It's called a review of symptoms. So when the doctors were doing a review of symptoms, or when they asked the patient for their input of what their complaint was, that's the kind of information I put there.
And what about the next column, exam by healthcare provider?
The next area is when the healthcare provider was doing the physical exam, you know, listening to the heart, listening to the lungs, palpating the abdomen, or observing the mood or affect of the patient. And that was in the exam part of the record. That's where I put that information.
And could you just say again how that differs from the column before it?
Well, when a physician is talking to you in the office, and there can be some overlap, but they're supposed to start out, and they generally start out like, why are you here? And how are you feeling? and I'm going to ask you about everything, even though you came in for a stomach ache. I'm going to ask you about a headache, and I'm going to ask you about chest pain, just to make sure that I have the full picture. And then the next part is they move into the exam and they start listening to you and, doing your reflexes and palpating your neck and all those kind of things. That's more
That's
physical
fun.
exam. Of course, they're still talking to you, so they might get more additional feedback, but it's primarily the history at the front end, then the examination.
Welcome
Thank
back.
you, Doctor. And what have you noted in the
Thank you.
final column?
Sorry.
What I would consider the
Worked.
findings or plan, and again, it's not 100% isolated, because the doctor, after the physical exam part, might say assessment, might say plan, might say recommendations, might say adding a medicine, taking away a medicine. So those are the kind of things that I put in that column.
Okay. The date in the first row is December 29th of 14, is that right?
Yes.
Does that mean that's the first time Ms. Hernan ever went to the doctor?
No,
Okay, what does that mean?
that means that's the earliest record in the pro health care records that I received.
Okay. When you compiled Exhibit 210, did you put it in chronological order regardless of provider?
Yes,
Okay, so would it be fair to say then that is the first record in time that you had?
that's correct.
Okay. In terms of page 1, the first Aurora entry from 2017, it says ROS negative. What does that mean?
That means that the doctor might have used that exact terms, and I tried to be as close to what the record said itself. So ROS stands for review of symptoms, and the shorthand for a doctor after asking you a lot of questions might be review of symptoms negative. In other words, there were no complaints that they had. And if they indicated that they covered in their questions the cardiovascular system, which is CV, the gastrointestinal system, the neurologic system, and the psychiatric system, then that's what was covered and deemed to be negative.
Okay. In terms of the symptoms and issues being addressed just on this page 1, is there a common theme or issue that it
That
appears
one
Ms.
dude.
Hernan was having?
I don't even think I have all of page 1 on my screen.
Those are awesome. That one dude on top.
The guy on top. I was just
All of
like,
page 1.
what?
Okay.
What's happening?
They're coming over
of
for
these
the
5
one dude
encounters-
on top.
Yep.
And I love them.
Let's see.
Every single one of you.
2 had to do with her GI system.
Guys are awesome.
In terms of the column to the farthest right, some of those boxes have medication names in it, is that right?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Well, it was any change in her standard medications. I didn't write down when she was seen, she said, these are my standard medications, and I didn't repeat that. But when there was a change or a comment that the doctor, because of a decision point they had in their head, that's
What do we
when I
think this
indicated it.
lady?
So
I think she talks a
Lynn
lot.
Hernan, for example, on the third entry, was on alprazolam, and the decision of this doctor was to continue the alprazolam, but discontinue the hydrocodone. So she specifically indicated that I'm going to continue on this drug, but discontinue that drug, leaving other things in place, and also start desipramine.
What is that?
It's
It's where we remove parts of the body.
can be used for pain, or it can be used as antidepressant. It's a tricyclic.
So as the jury looks at page 1, is it fair to say those are not all of the prescription medications that were prescribed to this patient?
That's true.
Okay. Anything else on page 1 that is significant to you that you want to share with the jury?
Oh, house voting is over. Good. Ray.
Well, what I was really paying a lot of attention to in reviewing her records were her GI symptoms, because as you go
As
through
in
time, her
white
GI symptoms were a recurring theme, if you will. So I paid attention when she had them and when she didn't have them to see how consistent they were. So, for example, at the bottom entry here, I said negative nausea and vomiting because that was a condition she had before, but it was not provided in the history to Dr. Kine. I also paid attention to the number of times she was started and discontinued
Hey,
on
Tia.
medications, because another
I like
pattern
the new
I
avatar.
saw was that
She's
in terms
got
of trying
pink
to achieve
lipstick.
pain
Oh,
control
it's red
for her
lipstick.
back pain.
Sorry.
She had chronic back pain.
Red.
There was
Red.
a
Nice
lot of
salt cream.
trial and error with medications. She tried a lot of things that didn't work, and she was taken off them. And I thought it was interesting because a lot of patients, they are tried a drug, and it's not just discontinued, it's merely added to. So you end up with a patient that might have 5
Mike
things
Johnson's
to
the new
address pain, but
speaker.
none of them are
Okay.
removed. But here it seemed that every time they tried a new one, the old one was discontinued.
Thank you. Moving to page 2 of Exhibit 210. Could you please indicate to the jury, doctor, what month and year we're looking at here?
I mean, she's a
We're looking
doctor.
at June of 2017 and
I didn't hear her, the
It looks
direct.
like throughout these records, you're also noting.
I didn't hear all of it
in some
either.
of them.
yes.
Is that Ms. Hernan's weight at the time of the visit?
Yes, and
Okay.
I was began noting that because a lot of the historical information would be about large amounts of weight being gained or lost. So I thought I really wanted to keep track of what the actual numbers were.
In terms of the material that you've included on this page, it looks like there was some assessment regarding depression on the second row. Is that true?
Well, and I think they're just trying to get an idea of what kind of drugs she was
Yes.
on, you know,
And what did you note about that?
and
That
why not
specifically
all of
in
them
the
are being
psychiatric
listed.
questioning, the doctor indicated there was no evidence of depression, but there was evidence of anxiety, insomnia, and fatigue, as well as alcohol use.
Okay.
Oh, jeez.
If during your review of all of these medical records, could we please have that on the screen? Oh. Sorry. If
I have a blue suit.
during your review of these medical records and during your creation of Exhibit 210, if any record would have noted the term suicidal ideation, would you have noted that?
Yes, I was certainly looking specifically for indications of suicidality, since that
Yeah.
was in the
All those
differential
meds
for
and alcohol.
manner of death.
What does the term suicidal ideation mean?
It means that a patient says that I have thought about killing myself, and it could be just that statement, or it could be I thought about killing myself by jumping off a bridge, getting more specific.
Again,
In terms of the first 2 pages
Not
that the
YouTube
jury's already
appropriate.
looked at, did you note that in
oh,
either of those
but
pages?
No,
also,
because it didn't exist. in the
Okay.
a
record.
lot of people don't talk about it.
Yes.
They don't tell anybody.
Don't talk to anyone about anything ever. That's what I say.
We're back up. If we can please go to page 3.
Especially doctors like
Can I say
this.
something else
Yeah,
about page
sorry.
2?
I didn't ask you, but-
Yeah, that's okay. So this is the bottom row is the first time she saw advanced pain management, and they did a functional assessment of how impaired she was
This
because of her
guy
back
who
pain.
talks all day on
And
YouTube.
that's the
Yeah.
Owestry score. So,
Love
0 is good and 50 is bad. So on this Owestry score
I love it,
questionnaire
Irish.
that
I
they
love it.
provided, they said that she has moderate functional impairment. And I bring that to your attention because later
don't.
they're going to do another Owestry score,
Okay.
and it's going to be different. So
The thing is, I love my
there's a
shirts and
test, like
ties
at the
to match.
onset and
Or
a
my
test at
my
the end.
shirt or my socks and ties.
Don't see that.
You like
Sorry,
your
go ahead.
socks? You like your socks and what?
I like my socks and my ties to match. So I have a Starry Night or a shirt or a tie that looks like Starry Night, but I also have Starry Night socks. And so I
Mhm.
like them to complement each other. So I do need a set of polka dot socks now to go with this pink polka dot socks. I do have pink socks, but not pink polka dot.
Yeah.
It's the only
it's a
way I
little
can
different.
accessorize. Otherwise, I'm stuck in a boring suit.
Yeah. There's a guy that talks about, says, guys, this is all you need. And he names off I think it's 3 suits, a blue suit, a gray suit, and like a brown suit or something like that. And then you need this many shirts and this many pairs of socks, and you can mix and match these, and they'll all look good together. It's
Mhm.
interesting. I was like, oh,
Yep.
I never
And then you can go through a whole 2-week trial and never wear the same outfit.
exactly. Oh, there we go. We'll start back up.
Page 2,
Yes. And it's the.
first box, or first column, it says APM, date of visit 7/10/17.
Yeah. Might have been Steve Harvey. It was something like that.
If it's going to involve that computer, I need to see it. So I'm going to have to excuse the jury. Yeah,
What are they trying to pull up?
I want to look at it.
Okay.
All right. We'll excuse the jury, please.
Oh, geez. She is showboating now. Yeah. I knew it was something like that, Wicked Wookie.
Can I see what you have?
Yeah, my wife gets frustrated because I do that. Like whenever I buy clothes, I buy like 5 of the same color shirts. Why? I'm like, why not?
I have a pair of blue jeans that I ordered once on Amazon like 5-6 years ago. And whenever I'm running low on blue jeans, I order the exact same pair because I love them. They're comfortable. I don't care how they look. They work. And
Yep.
I'm wearing them now, actually. So, but
Oh, sure.
I'm down to like my
Yeah.
last pair. So I need to order a few more.
Yep. People can sit there and say, oh, I don't like those, whatever. I don't care. They're comfortable. And I've been wearing the same stuff for the past, I don't know how many years.
I prefer mom jeans when in doubt.
Yep.
So, same for me, Judge. It's not matching this exhibit that I was told is 210.
This is blown up because Dr. Badrizzi wanted the text larger and it's easier to see. It's the same content as what's on the board and what's in the exhibits. It's just bigger font.
Oh, yeah. I see. So for example,
a few like this.
so for example, 210 in a flash drive is 6 pages. The exhibit I'm holding
Why does she need to do this all like on the record? Excuse the jury. You don't need to do this.
Damn dogs.
9 pages.
Just going crazy.
But I can see visually that on page 1 of 210, and I have the exact same thing that's on the screen,
This court reporter's like, I
There
should have
are
retired 2 years ago. I wish I would have retired
6
2 years ago.
columns, whereas
Bet she's wishing she had.
I think there's 8. So the information is the same, and as Attorney Nikolai indicated,
The number of columns shouldn't be different.
I mean rows. Thank
Okay.
you.
I still have a poll going up in my
Okay.
money.
Sorry about that.
Sure.
So are you putting
more
a fire
fit
pole up?
on the smaller version of this,
In your
than the
Uh-huh.
treehouse?
grown-up version.
Are you putting a fire pole up
Per
in your
page,
treehouse?
right. Right.
210.
I'm not putting a fire pole up. I'm putting a slide up. I got to get one long enough.
Up in the boxes up here, 210, that should the jury ask
Socks
for
are
it
evil in
later.
prison. I love me some socks. But I also like barefoot, depending on the season. I'm in court,
You
I
will
prefer
see it is
socks.
the exact same information. As indicated, the font's bigger, and so it affects the page number.
No, stripper pole.
I'll let you confirm that. and
Can
then
order
I
one of
think
those
we
from
should be in a
Amazon.
position to continue.
This is the same version.
Yep, Brooks was not the reason for this judge to do the things that she did during his trial. She just does them.
Yeah, that's her style.
Valhalla, how come you're not up here yet running the show so I can go
So
home and take a
as we
nap?
go forward,
Yeah,
if
what's up?
there is a change from what's been turned over, then please provide them either with an email it to them or provide them with a paper copy. For now, I'm just going to let her use the copy that we set aside for future use should the jury ask for it during deliberation so we can continue.
Oh, thank you.
Do you have it on the flash drive?
Probably, I haven't been able to take that one over to have it scanned yet.
No, well, that's the state's responsibility. All right, just, I'll give you a
That's
minute, you
just
can
weird.
confirm, but I believe we are.
It looks like it.
All
Yeah,
right,
maybe you have
go
a
ahead, we'll bring
problem.
the jury back out.
A couple of problems, maybe.
The
I don't think it's the
same issue
facts.
I don't know if you want to address that right now or.
Then pull out 211 from the box so she has it, so we don't have these delays, and then we'll replace those later. How's that?
Thank you.
Is this the only one where that will be a difference?
Correct. 210 and 211 were just blown out bigger.
Okay.
Jamie, where have
Hi.
you been?
I'm making some lunch.
Yeah, did you have buttered chicken?
No, but I have some shredded chicken. I'm gonna make some like chicken tacos, I think.
Do you use taco seasoning like you prepackaged, or do you blend your own?
I like to use taco sauce actually.
Comes in a jar, it's nice and handy.
Uh-huh.
Just microwave it for 10 seconds.
Like the liquid stuff. They have it like taco seasoning, but like liquid. Really good.
I just put garlic and lemon on everything, and it's good.
Well, I made my own taco seasoning, but like I got a recipe and did it before, and it was much better. But I'm just lazy. I don't remember what the seasonings were exactly.
Yeah, I'm with you, Valhalla. I've never heard of this. It's not a Michigan thing. It's a Jamie thing. Maybe it's a Flint
Huh.
thing.
Like a packet thing.
Like the hot sauce you get from Taco Bell. You bring it home and you put on your chicken.
Thank you, everyone. Please be
That what
seated.
it's
Attorney
called.
Nikolai, you may continue.
God.
Thank you. Looking back to page 2 of exhibit.
Hold on one second. For the record, the objection's overruled.
So, Dr. Brzezinski, when we broke, I think that you were talking about the Owestry score on page 2, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, could you just, on your screen, circle that word? Okay. So when you were talking about the assessment in terms of the pain, that's the piece that you were discussing?
Well, the assessment was to determine what degree of functional impairment the pain was causing.
Okay. And if we could please clear the screen and move to page 3. Dr. Brzezinski, are we now moving forward in time?
Yes.
Okay. What are the months and year associated with this page?
These are visits from August and September of 2017,
And remind the jury when the autopsy was conducted?
in October of 2018.
Okay. In terms of the information that you collected on this page, what was the significance of it, please? If you can explain it to the jury.
Well, she saw, I'll direct the attention to who the specific healthcare provider was in the different places. But the provider, Sarah McGrath, said that she still had back pain and she had was having muscle spasms and they had an MRI which showed that she had some arthritis at L3-4. They also said, let's start tizanidine. The Owestry score is slightly better. It's 31 instead of 50. As a result of this pain, she then received a facet injection in her lumbar spine, and a sacroiliac injection was scheduled. And if you skip down to the bottom 1 APM, it says, then she received the SI injection and there was slight pain improvement. I noticed as I'm looking at this that the A here should be APM. Dr. Young is working with the advanced pain management, and I have it correct on the sacroiliac joint injection, but that provider should be APM because those were all handled by advanced pain management for her back pain.
Okay. In terms of Dr. Sama, she's with Aurora, is that true?
That's true.
Did you bring your sauce for
So
show and
she
tell,
was,
Jamie?
has regular
No,
follow-ups with this
I didn't. I
physician
sent
every
you a
30
message.
days about
Digging it out of the garbage. I just got a
details
picture
of
of
her
it.
medication, and it says
I
here,
found what it was.
follow-up for anxiety and medication refill. So she sees her on a very regular basis, and
You
now
know,
she
I'm
Lynn
not
is complaining
crazy.
of GI problems, but has not followed up with a GI specialist.
Thank you, doctor. Moving to page 4 of this exhibit. What months and years are we looking at?
Now we're still in September and October of 2017.
And these entries are the decedent seeing a different doctor at the same pain management location?
Well, her regular healthcare provider at pain management is a advanced practitioner, nurse practitioner, advanced practice nurse practitioner, McGrath. She sees her on the regular monthly basis. When
Did
she
you say
needs a
dance
procedure,
practice?
injection, she sees Dr. Young.
Okay.
So she's been seeing, I think, all the other records.
What was that?
I was wondering, I thought you said dance practice, but that can't be right. Is she doing dance practice, the victim?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So she's not that sickly then.
Well, no, she's had injections for like arthritis and all this other kind of stuff. So she's taking dance lessons, which will help limber you up.
Oh, okay.
You know,
All right. I got you.
especially if they're older. You want to stay active. So dance lessons is a good way of staying active and not hurting yourself.
So my wife and I signed up for dance lessons. I signed her up as a gift, and it was a lot of fun, and it was absolutely a ball. And then we paid for like 2 months worth of lessons. That was 18 months ago. We don't have time to go back, but I think we're finally going to make time to go back because I want to do it. And there's Jamie's sauce.
I told you it exists.
Taco skillet sauce, seasoning for ground beef.
I used it.
Family tradition since 1897.
Yeah.
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 So Jamie, this just serves 4. How much did you use just now?
Well, I saved it
Like- Oh, okay.
because I used half of
Fine,
it.
if you like it real saucy, or
Yeah, I like it real saucy.
Yeah, see, I do that. Cut up some onions in there, and if I'm going to do any sort of salsa, I'll make like a pico de gallo. But somebody in here said that salsa's junky, and it's not right. It's just like, no, you don't buy the stuff that comes out of a jar from the fast food joint places. The Mexican restaurants. That stuff it comes in big containers, like the chain Mexican restaurants. It comes in these big giant containers and they just slop it all out there. I'm talking about the fresh stuff. It's junky. It's got like whole tomatoes that they're cutting those things up fresh that day. Onions, good stuff. Why'd you do that to him?
What's going on, everybody?
Hi,
Good to
bud.
see you, brother.
Oh,
I
figured
agree
that-
with Holly's statement. I just want to put it up there, even though it's going to come in my face. Apparently, no one ever told this DA that if your YouTube audience is bored, confused, and over it, and stop listening, the jury probably has as well.
ain't that the truth?
Ain't
That's
it?
the damn truth.
We're here by choice. They're not.
How sad and pathetic is this? Yes.
I realized that I need to tear apart this Lego set that I'm building on Saturday and put it all in bags. So I'll sit here and talk to you guys while I do it.
All right.
Damn right. There you go, brother.
pain management location?
Well, her regular healthcare provider at Pain Management is a advanced practitioner, nurse
Hello, Peanut.
practitioner, advanced practice nurse practitioner,
Little peanut.
McGrath. She sees her on the regular monthly basis. When she needs a procedure, the injection, she sees Dr. Young.
Hello.
So she's been seeing, I think all the other records
Holly
are
Moore.
associated
Donna
with
Gay.
the nurse
Pixie.
practitioner
Dang,
as
Rabbit.
well.
Everybody's giving me love.
Is it fair to say that it
Mhm.
appears Ms.
You're
Hernan was still
over-managing
reporting
me.
issues with pain?
Well, can you
Yeah.
really blame
Still
them?
having
Let's
back
be
pain.
honest.
No, I
Pain
don't
is
blame
worse
him.
with
I'm over
vomiting.
myself.
She did some relief temporarily from the injections. They are trying 2 new pain medications, tizanidine and Butrans. And she was assessed for opioid abuse risk potential using opioid risk tool.
Are you familiar with that tool?
No, I don't use it. I mean, I know there are different assessment tools, like the Orestri is an assessment tool. There's an assessment tool for alcoholism. There's one for opiate. They're clinical tools used in clinical practice.
I need to avoid that last alcohol tool thing she was talking about.
And ultimately on that
I just muted myself to
ORT
sneeze.
score, what did
That's
that,
what I
did
mean.
it?
You could just play that audio
The
clip and
opioid
cover
risk
it up.
assessment revealed a low risk
Wicked. How dare
of
you?
opioid use problems.
In terms of all the records that
How
we've gone
dare
through,
you.
again, I'm gonna ask you, did you see any record of suicidal ideation, severe depression?
No, and I indicated that there were pertinent negatives, like she was asked about depression and anxiety, and they were negative on both these visits.
And you said it appeared she was consistently going to the doctor at least once a month.
We hear a phone call, David.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, wait, hang on.
Going to page 5, please.
Ooh.
Glad you caught that. I was like,
that was.
is that some radio going on in the background?
We don't want that. We don't want
We
that
made
at
this one
all.
a little bit smaller, Doctor. Are all the rows now visible on
Yes.
page 5?
Yeah.
Okay. It looks like we're still in the year 2017.
They want a goat
late
stream,
fall,
brother.
Early winter, is that true?
What?
Yes, November and December of 2017.
They want a goat stream.
Oh,
Now-
yeah. It's in
It
the
looks like there's a history provided at
works.
the top
It's
of
an idea.
mouth burns. Do you
We're
see
just
that?
not there
Yes.
yet, y'all.
Why did you note that?
It seemed to be possibly
You know, you
medication
can
related.
pre-record stuff.
So she had a new symptom. She
Yeah, but
also
that's not a
says
live
that
goat feed, though,
due
is it?
to the pain in her mouth, she's reducing her intake to soup.
Eventually, I want to get a camera out there so that you guys can just
And that
tune in
led
24
to
hours a
some
day
weight
if you wanted
loss,
to.
And you can see that.
Yeah.
her
Have
weight's
goats
192
available
on
to
that
watch.
visit.
I was calling the boy and I forgot to hit mute.
It looks like there was depression.
Glad you were
report-
quick with it. I started getting panicky. I was like, oh no.
Because in the review of
Attorney-client
symptoms,
What she needs is like
privilege.
indicated, but when the
she
doctor
needs a
examined her,
GoPro.
the doctor
Yes.
One of 'em.
indicated. So when she
Something. I
said,
don't know.
"Are you
I'm
So
not
as
depressed?"
sure
it
how to
runs
do it.
around.
The patient said no, but after doing the exam.
Eventually, if I get
and,
the fence and stuff all set up,
the
I want to
doctor
have like
indicated that she was
various
depressed
cameras
and
across the
offered,
property.
a referral
So that,
to a therapist,
you can kind
and
of
she
click
refused.
on whatever camera they're at.
It looks like
Ooh,
there's
I
a
have a good
pain,
system for
or
you,
I'm
by the
sorry,
way.
a medication
Yeah?
change in that visit as
I'll send
well.
you,
Can explain that to the jury.
Yes. Dr.
Send
Sammy
you a link.
Cool.
decided that there was a risk of prescribing a benzodiazepine, which alprazolam is, as well as hydrocodone. So she was prescribing both those
That
drugs.
girl was so
to,
doped up.
Lynn, and she said, you have to really decide
It would
because
be
I don't
called
want
a
to give
goat
them
bro.
both to you anymore.
Mm.
And Lynn said, I'm going to give up the hydrocodone, the pain pill, the opioid, and I want to stay on the alprazolam because that helps me.
Did the records indicate to you how it was helpful?
She used it for sleep. She took it every night for sleep.
That's what I do with alcohol.
In terms of moving
Same.
down this page, it looks like there was a tinnitus complaint. Is that true?
Yes, she had ringing in her ears.
And
I
then
have
that
tinnitus.
it actually looks like there's 2
Yeah,
visits for that.
same.
Is that correct?
Well, she saw the physician who
In,
did the
private
audiogram,
check.
and then the next
This is the
visit
system I
was the
use. It's
audiogram
wireless.
done by the audiologist.
Okay. And then finally on the
Just
bottom,
need power out there.
in early December of 2017, there's
I have power
another
out there.
pain-related visit. Is
Yeah.
that true?
Right, it's her visit to advanced pain management.
That's not
for
too bad,
management
actually.
of her back pain.
No, you can get the cameras. They're for exterior use or
In
interior.
terms of your
got a little
testimony
box
from
you
the
set up by
top
your
of this
router.
page that
Everything else is wireless.
Ms. Hernan reporting
What's the
being
range?
sued because of mouth sores. Through your review of these subsequent records, did that remain a consistent problem, or do you know?
I wonder.
It seemed to
Probably
go
80
away
feet
or get better.
from the box to my treehouse right now, and I got a chicken cam in there.
In terms of how you
barn's not
Well,
that
they'll
far
see
away.
up to 65 feet away in the dark.
common theme being a GI trouble.
Yeah.
In
Like
terms
that
of
night
page
vision,
5,
too.
is there anything to
There's also
reflect
one
that
with
for
audio.
this time period?
That's awesome.
Not specifically GI complaints. I mean,
Yeah, it's
clearly,
4G,
the mouth is part of the
3G, and
GI system.
Wi-Fi.
She had that problem. but
I need
there's
to
no
They were
complaints of
great.
Nausea,
I need to
vomiting,
send
I got 'em all
diarrhea,
over
Amazon
abdominal
gift
pain.
wish.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's no complaints of diarrhea,
Yeah,
heartburn, or
did.
incontinence. There is
Oh, we heard that
abdominal
before.
pain, nausea, and vomiting. So
I heard he's been
some
elected.
yes, some no.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It looks like right where you put that arrow, there's also a
Right.
report of dry eyes. Is that something that you noticed throughout these records?
It wasn't Jim Jordan. They
Did not
made another
complain of it
mistake.
consistently, but she was consistently using lubricant
Yeah,
diuretics.
they're only going to put
Wait,
rhinos
she
in
was
that position.
consistently using
Six,
lubricant what?
please.
Diuretic?
If we could please clear the screen.
This woman had all kinds of issues.
She was
Yeah.
on death's doorstep.
Here we're in December.
You
of
don't come
17
back
and
from
January
renal
of
failure
18. Is that true? In February
without a
of 18?
transplant.
No.
It looks like there's more information about vision there at the top. What is that?
I feel like I heard about them when I was in the
She went
fourth grade. In
to-
case
for
you're
an eye
telling jokes.
exam in which they assessed her general eye health, and she was found to have cataracts. She did not want new glasses.
Oh my gosh, she had
The
cataracts
doctor did
too?
explain some remedy for her
Yeah.
dry eyes, including using artificial tears.
Like weed.
Walgreens brand, which is what she did. He also recommended some other things like, using warm compresses and so forth. So it was like more of a comprehensive exam for all visual problems. So she did decline Restasis, which is a specific medication for dry eyes, and says, I'm just going to continue using my artificial tears.
Could you circle that Restasis term on this page, please? And what is that?
It's a prescription medication for dry eyes.
Okay. So at this visit, she was offered that, you said, and she declined it?
Right.
Okay. If we could please clear that. Going down, it appears there's another couple pain entries, true?
One for back pain at Advanced Pain Management, and the other, she went to urgent care for abdominal pain.
Okay. Is that kind of the GI symptom again?
Yeah, she had nausea, gas, abdominal pain.
Who doesn't
and
have
she also
gas? I
complained
mean,
of
come
lumps
on.
her legs, which I don't recall that was
little.
specifically addressed by this visit. That recommended GI remedies such as clear liquid diet, Maalox, avoid caffeine and alcohol. And she was given a diagnosis of gastritis,
What is that?
inflammation of the stomach, irritation of the stomach.
Probably from all the medicine
In
they
terms
had.
of the records
around.
that we've gone through so far, it doesn't
Surprising.
appear that Ms. Hernan was being treated for a serious disease. Would you agree with that?
Not a life-threatening disease, but I don't want to mischaracterize chronic pain in her back and chronic GI complaints is not serious because they can be very
Chronic
serious
pooping
to
is
a
not
function of the
serious?
person, but she was not diagnosed with
Depends how chronic.
a life-threatening disease in terms of cancer or serious heart disease, something of that nature.
Okay. Did it appear that
If she
there were any
had
major
dry eyes,
systems of the
use
body shutting
prescription,
down
just
over time?
self-medicated, just
No.
used it the wrong way.
Anything else on page 6 that you'd like to point out for the jury,
Didn't we
doctor?
talk about Ben Stein earlier?
But she did gain weight. She's
For
from
sure, birds of proof.
under
For
200
sure.
pound weight. She's
Yeah.
225 pounds. She actually stopped the cyclobenzaprine. as she was
225
prescribed with
pounds?
Another trial for pain because of the weight gain, and was to start something called metaxalone.
For a 5-foot woman, that's a lot.
She's
Okay.
5'6".
Moving to page
5'5",
7.
5'6", that's still a lot. That's rough.
It ain't little.
Fair to say all these entries are February of 2018?
That's true.
Okay. It looks like there's a new pain issue on here. Is that true?
Well, it's, she saw Dr. Keim earlier in looking at these records for a foot injection. So this is her second visit to the a podiatrist because she had plantar fasciitis.
Okay. The weights are also continually listed on this page. Is that true?
Yes.
Now, in some of the records, did you find that there were some specific reports regarding what Ms. Hernan was consuming, eating?
Yes,
Did you include some of that on this page?
yes, because at one
No.
point she said, I can only eat soup.
Mm.
So, and then if she tells the doctor, she said, I have abdominal pain.
It sounds
She said,
horrible. I do
"I've
not
eaten
want to live to
bologna
be
for
this
4
old.
nights in a row. Maybe that has something
She was
to
only
do with my
60 something,
abdominal
but I don't
pain."
want to live to be
This is
old enough
her,
where I have all these ailments.
her own
Well.
statement about linking.
You know, if the
symptoms
money's
to
right,
diet.
Dave, I got your back.
There's a lot wrong
In
here.
terms of the
So my
history reported on page 7, any indication of severe depression, suicidal ideation?
All right, guys, I'm going to get out of the office. and
No,
get back to the
actually, Dr. Sam.
Back to
We'll
the
see you
safe
then.
zone.
27
See you in a
Yeah.
couple.
said that she was cheerful.
All right, see you guys.
Later, brother.
At the very bottom on the right, it says start back within times 2 weeks. Why did you put that in there?
Well, it's again showing that we tried cyclobenzaprine, we took it off. We tried desipramine, we took it off. We tried Butrans, we took it off. Now we're tried metaxalone. Insurance didn't cover, so we're taking that away. So now we're
Jesus.
trying baclofen. So as I said from the beginning, there were multiple trials to manage her pain, trying different medications.
Okay.
I feel like
Moving to page 8.
Well, I mean, there's a couple of things they didn't try.
Just a couple.
Just a couple. I mean, skydiving is always an option.
What is
Skydiving.
skydiving? It releases endorphins. Technically,
Yeah.
it could work.
It could totally work. Do some skydiving.
Who needs a
Just-
doctor? Just ask me
just-
for medical advice. I'll help you all
just-
out.
Just make sure leave the chute at home, and hey, pain's gone. You won't feel anything after the first bounce.
yeah.
No, don't do that. That's bad medical advice.
Again, if you're listening to me, you're already messing up in life.
It looks like this time frame is
You've made
between
poor life
March and
decisions to
July
get you
of
to this point.
2018, is that correct?
Yes.
We can increase
In
the
terms
speed
of
on
these
this and get us
records,
caught
Doctor,
up.
could you explain to the jury some of the significant points that you've added for them to see today?
Well, she changed her primary care doctor from Dr. Sama to Dr. Abdullah because
Yeah.
Dr. Sama says that your urine drug screen was positive for something I didn't prescribe you. So
Yeah, it
I'm
does.
discharging you
Makes
from my service. And so now she's seeing a new doctor. So on 3/7/18, her reason to go to the doctor was to establish care with this doctor. He didn't change any of her treatment. He does note she has a history of depression, but not that she has depression at this.
Did you
visit.
hear that?
In terms of,
History of depression.
You got kicked from a doctor because she had drugs in her system that she wasn't prescribed.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I mean,
All that stuff is in the record. Does not
Gotta-
have legal or-
got to take note of that, people.
Yeah.
I mean, it's starting to
Hey.
kind of. not
Yeah,
look
it's starting
great.
to they're starting to show a little bit of this is
Funny that the state is showing this because to me this doesn't say well for them, but it is what it is.
I think
We'll
they
see.
want to get it out in the open.
Well, it's going to come out either way, right? It's
Oh, yeah.
easier for them to mention it in passing than it is for the defense to dwell on it for an hour and a half.
But I still
Which-
think that this lady's lies are gonna get her convicted.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah,
Anyway.
exactly.
How dare you? This is a trial where she is innocent until proven guilty.
Well, they can prove me. Believe me, my mind will shift all over the place until the end of this trial. I've done it a million times.
Yes,
Yeah, you're
yes.
insane.
Yes.
What can
Jeez,
you tell,
awesome.
what significance does that have to you in your determination?
There's very little information other than what I put in there. So when people are on in advanced pain management clinics, typically they do urine screens because they don't want to be issuing medications and not knowing what the patient may be taking besides that, because that could be dangerous. So on this urine screen, they found, I believe it was temazepam, which is a different benzodiazepine than she was prescribed, which was alprazolam. And that's really all I know. I mean, I don't know the nature of the screen. I don't know if it was confirmed. I don't know if they asked her what this means, or did she take something. It just says you have a screen that's not
When there's always a possibility that the pharmacist messed up. That's happened before.
Is. But there's also a possibility where, because I know plenty of people that do this, where they doctor hop and they get a bunch of things. Because like I had a friend that did that. She went to multiple doctors to get multiple medications because you can't. A lot of people can't get certain pain medications together. So. Yep.
So they're just like, I want this one.
Mm-hmm.
consistent with what I'm giving you.
If you were going to rely on a screen like that, would you have it confirmed?
In my practice, I have to. I mean, I don't issue any conclusions based on a toxicology presumptive positive.
He's tearing it down piece
It
peony.
looks like at the end of this
Yes.
page, there's a,
We have
there's a visit with
a
Dr. Chan.
stream on Saturday with Steph the alternate, as David mentioned earlier, and I'm supposed to be building this Lego set.
So he tears it all down just to build it up again.
That's the story of my life.
Does it get easier?
Maybe.
Maybe.
It doesn't get harder, I'll tell you that much.
Dr. Chan, when she was admitted,
Really? You're good. Did you say that?
Oh,
Yeah.
you heard it. You heard
I don't know. Ask Jamie.
it. She heard
Jamie,
it too.
Jamie, does it get harder?
Not according to Val.
Giggity.
to the hospital,
Never,
admitted her, and he
Baker, never.
his records that she went to a provider, or she told him she went to a provider on 7/8 of 18 for cough and pleuritic chest pain. So I don't have a record of that visit.
Because that's where she got the other drugs from.
Sustained. So
If
I'm gonna
she's
back
in
up
that
and
much
make
pain,
sure that I'm
I'm
understanding.
sure she's
So
taken
in
whatever
the
she
history
can
by
get a
healthcare
hold-
provider for the
get a hold
last
of.
row, what does that say?
It says that Dr. Chan recorded a visit for cough and pleuritic chest pain on that date.
Okay, on what date?
He recorded it. He recorded that there was a visit on 7/8/18.
Okay. But you didn't get to look at any record from July 8th of 18.
Object to leaving.
Did you get to look at a record from July 8th of 18?
I did not have a record from 7/18, from 7/8 of 18.
So why did you include this in your summary?
The importance of this is that she was put on a Z-Pak for bronchitis, and antibiotic administration is a risk factor for the eventual Clostridia difficile infection that she had. So the question, and what Dr. Chan was looking for, was if you have,
Speculation as to what Dr. Chen was looking for.
Lay a little bit more foundation.
I'll be back, y'all.
So let's back up a little bit. Did you look at a record that Dr. Chan wrote on September 15th of 2018?
I did,
And you just told the jury that in that record, this July event is noted. Is that true?
that's true.
Okay. Did you review the entire hospitalization records for that hospitalization for Ms. Hernan that began on 9/15 of 18?
All the records that I was provided, I reviewed.
Okay. When you review records, do they include comments from different providers and hospital personnel that see a patient?
Yes,
Does it often include themes throughout the records about issues that are occurring or ways to solve issues?
yes,
Diagnostically, in your opinion, did it appear significant to Dr. Chan that there was an antibiotic recently involved?
yes.
Is that significant to you if someone's having abdominal issues at this age?
Yes,
Why?
because antibiotics of any kind can cause GI issues. We probably all know that. And in the elderly, especially, and with certain strong antibiotics, it basically clears your normal flora. And then a pathogen such as C. difficile takes hold and can cause really bad symptoms.
Is C. difficile bacteria?
It is a bacteria.
Okay. If a doctor was trying to help a patient with those GI
They're
issues,
so
would they wanna know
expensive,
about
meds.
antibiotic use?
Yeah.
Yes,
It would appear that Dr. Chan wanted to know about that.
yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to page 9, please. There's just 2 rows on this page, doctor, and they both appear to be July of 2018. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, what is the first visit with Dr. Abdallah for?
For nausea, vomiting, and upper abdominal pain, that was an emergency room visit.
In terms of, it looks like there's additional pain or discomfort information in a different location of Ms. Hernan, is that true?
Like
She was
those
complaining of
stairs,
weak
Kath.
legs associated, well, she's complaining of weak legs at
Oh,
the
the-
same time.
the kitties
she's
don't like the
complaining of flu-like
vibration, is
symptoms
what you're
for
saying?
2 weeks, including vomiting.
Dirty.
That wasn't
Did
dirty.
those records indicate whether Ms. Hernan got any fluids when she was at the ER that day?
Yes, they determined that she needed fluid reconstitution by giving IVs.
If someone went to the doctor severely dehydrated, would that person be given fluids?
Yes,
The line above the IV fluids entry on the top row,
yes,
is there actually an error in that line?
yes. And it's, she was given, this was a longer term, let me write it. She was given inulin, not insulin. There's no S. Inulin is something you give for constipation because if you take it, it draws water into your bowel. It's like Miralax or something that it will help you go to the bathroom. So she was on inulin and she was on lubiprostone, which is also given for constipation. And I kind of just took note of that because of the later diarrhea problems and the fact that she was a little dehydrated. But it's inulin, not insulin.
Okay. There's some weights noted on this page too.
Yes,
What are those?
226.
Who knew this was going to be a trial about
Do you
diarrhea?
know when the
I did.
visit ended?
It's Visine
Diarrhea.
poisoning.
She was
Diarrhea.
discharged the same day.
Diarrhea.
And then on July 30th of 2018, it looks like she saw the same doctor again.
No, different. It's A. Abdullah for the ER, and for Aurora, it's A. Abdullah, her new primary care.
Would that primary care visit be consistent with those
Einstein
monthly
has come from the
visits we
grave to
talked about
testify
earlier?
on this case.
I believe so. I don't remember when the last time she saw him was.
Okay. In terms of
Einstein was
what
pretty rough.
information this doctor got during
Years.
the exam with Ms. Hernan on July 30th of 18, what did you include there?
Well, that she's still having ringing in her ears or tinnitus, constipation, hip and back pain. She has no complaints of anxiety or depression. And I noted
She
that
doesn't know where she is.
It was in the record that she was taking diphenhydramine, and it was in the record that she was allergic to diphenhydramine. So I really wasn't sure what to make of that.
Okay. What about the next column?
The doctor says that really you look like a well female.
Oh, she does kind of look like Diane
And
Feinstein.
he also
Yeah.
performed a depression screening
That's
tool,
what I
which is
said.
called the PHQ-9, which was 0. And in that scale, that goes from 0 to
Smash or
27,
pass there,
anything
Val.
less than 5 is
No,
an absence
no,
of
no,
depressive
no.
disorder.
Hard pass.
More like smash and grab.
Right.
10, please.
Oh,
Now, at this stage, what medical attention was Ms. Hernan receiving?
Well, she,
On September 15th of 2018, was there a significant event for Ms. Hernan in terms of her medical history?
yes,
Our screen went dark.
Yep, I know.
pain meds cause constipation, so they usually have a laxative prescribed at the same time. There you go.
Yeah. I mean, that's very common. If they give you hard pain medication, you need it.
I didn't move anything, but
We'll have to ask MG about that.
I know
What?
I have the ability to refresh at 5.
His
if
wife's
we
on
need
pain
that, it
meds.
helps
Oh yeah, I'm sure they did.
when all else fails.
Because normally
Won't
they
be
do.
reviewed yet.
But
Nonetheless, doctor, even without the exhibit up, can you please answer my question regarding the significant event on September 15th, 2018?
I'm going to avoid
Lynn
asking
Hernan was
MG
admitted to
Law
the
about his
hospital. She
wife's
stayed for
bowel
13 days.
movements.
She had very bad watery diarrhea. She was weak.
Damn it.
She
I
had
was, I
abdominal
was,
pain.
I was hoping you'd fall into that
She was
one.
in the hospital for a long time.
Gonna ask him either.
Were you able to review all the medical
Hard
records from that
pass.
visit?
Up the records that I had to review them all, yes.
Okay. And which hospital did Ms. Hernan go to?
There you go.
Okay.
He's here listening.
Could you please describe to the jury, give them an overview of the issue and how it was addressed during her hospital stay?
She was quite sick when she came in. They initially even gave her a diagnosis of acute renal failure, but that was reversed with hydration.
So cute about it.
So they called it pre-renal failure, which means that you're so dry that your
Jessy.
chemistries
Not cute.
aren't normal. And when you rehydrate,
how we lost
things
our
get
pup.
better.
It was
She
it was
was
rough.
weak. She
Yeah.
had watery diarrhea. She didn't have diarrhea initially for a while because they wanted a stool specimen to do some tests on. And the nurses reported that it was too hard to capture when she did have a diarrhea. It's like her gut was empty. And then when she did,
Well, they grab a bag back there.
So it took a long time for them to get the test.
Following around with a Walmart bag.
She saw multiple
Just pass
specialists
right
while she was in
through.
the hospital.
Oh, that's
She saw an
horrible.
infectious disease specialist. She saw a GI specialist. She saw, let's see,
Horrible.
I could look on the board.
Bad.
There were multiple consults that were obtained while she was in the hospital trying to figure out a renal specialist, what her
Just
problems
couldn't get
were
a
and how
hand
to
on
fix
it.
them. They recommended a colonoscopy, which became
Ran
a
right through our
point of
fingers.
disagreement with her because
sands
she
through
had
an
this
hourglass.
colonoscopy at the beginning
So were the
of the
days of our
medical record
lives.
journey that we took in
The
2015. And
peens
the
of our
results of that
lives.
colonoscopy was
Peens of our
that
lives.
it was a poor prep and she had to be disimpacted. So I imagine it was a very unpleasant experience. So she's
Yeah.
refused, she refused a colonoscopy because that would be a recommended test to find out if you had a problem because you had constant diarrhea. So she was very upset about them wanting to do one and she kept refusing. That refusal led to a lot of distress on her part. She became very teary. And as a response to that,
Well, no more dry
the
eyes.
the medical team asked for a palliative care consult. And the palliative care consult, the reason for the consult was that she was very teary and upset about the colonoscopy. And they evaluated her and said she has no life.
Oh,
I wanna
no
get the right
life.
Words, if I can, I put it on the screen.
Page 11, I think we've made it that far. And doctor, before we keep going, is it true that your court board exhibit actually continues on another piece?
Yes.
And
Oh, I wish I would have.
does this piece actually include?
I wish they
all
would have
of
let her
the
finish that
hospitalization
sentence.
records? Okay, so I'm just.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, she
That
could.
part is all the doctors she saw while she was an inpatient in the hospital.
What there's a specific term, and she's probably just had a long day. What it is, I think it's value of life. Like she's not living her best life, kind of
Right.
thing, is what I think she meant to say. Not that she has no life. Be back. Well, I have no life. Oh, you look like Diane Feinstein. That's why.
So the palliative care nurse practitioner said that Lynn Hernan suffered more of GI issues without
She
other
needs a belt for
life-limiting
that dress.
illnesses, and we're signing off on seeing
Alright.
her.
It though. I think it's cute.
Let's see the other
Yeah,
consults.
I just don't know the smock thing.
Before you continue, I have a few follow-ups on, it's pronounced
Yeah, it needs to like
care.
Palliative care.
for
What
her.
is that?
Well, when
Yeah.
people have illnesses that don't seem to be like an immediate cure, I suppose. I mean, I'm not a clinician, so my understanding, I don't give palliative care consults. Okay,
Overruled, you may answer.
all right.
Go ahead, doctor.
It's to help a patient understand coping with how to
Sorry to
deal
hear
with
that,
a
Ollie.
long-term illness that might not have, like, here's a pill and it'll be gone kind of answers. That's my understanding.
And in this case, was that team involved throughout the hospitalization?
No, actually, I recall that this particular practitioner said that she spent 30 minutes with the patient and signed off.
What does that mean?
It means that she's not going to follow up with her any further.
So if the jury heard information that the palliative care team was brought in because Ms. Hernan was dying, would you agree with that statement?
No,
How would you characterize the palliative care records you reviewed?
well, I tried to quote it in my little handout because I thought it was very interesting that the practitioner said, "I'm here because I was told that I'm supposed to help her with symptoms because she's crying and doesn't want to have a colonoscopy." It struck me that perhaps, well, that's what she said. I won't speculate on what I thought about it, I guess. But that's what the practitioner put in the record, and that's why it's in quotes. And after talking to Lynn, who she said kept talking about the colonoscopy and how frustrated she was about it, and she doesn't want it. So the palliative care consult was kind of a discussion about colonoscopy. The nurse practitioner said, "This is a GI issue, not a life-threatening, not a life-limiting illness." That's her words. We will sign off.
And
With renal
Dr.
failure.
Pedritzky, I'd like to, if we could put the
Yeah.
publish down, show just you exhibit 213 that's been marked by the state. It's a multi-page exhibit, and then we'll come back.
Having
to
a hard
the
time buying
medical
this one,
records.
y'all.
I
Is
know.
the screen on before you, Doctor?
Yes.
Okay, please, Ms. Balkner, if you could please scroll through.
This lady looks really tiny here.
She doesn't look like a large individual, no.
And Dr. Pedritzky, do you see on this multi-page exhibit that in the bottom center of each page, there's actually a page number 1 through 6.
Oh, yes,
Have you seen Exhibit 213 before?
yes.
What is it?
Well, these are some of the medical records from her Lynn Hernan hospitalization.
Okay. Are they specifically relevant to what you've just testified about?
There's a record that's more complete than what I see here.
Okay. Does it appear that the exhibit that you've been shown is missing any pages?
No, this is a different part of the record. So there's a part of the record that is the consult by palliative care. This record are the nurse's notes about what happened. So on this page, this is page 2, a nurse, Mary Neubauer, says that Ann Thompson from palliative care, social worker, met with the patient, and it talks about their interaction. But besides this note by the nurse, there's another note by the palliative care therapist.
In a different portion of the record?
Yes. Mhm.
What do you recall about that note?
That's the note that said, Ann Thompson said, where I took the quote, that there is not a life-limiting illness.
Okay. If we could please go back to page 11 of Exhibit 210.
Do you have a copy of 213 for me, please? I don't believe it's in the box.
No, it's not, Judge. This
Dave.
came up.
No.
I don't have.
Hold it up on screen, but you weren't paying attention.
Oh. Oh, you have admin over here?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. That's
Oh, yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
That's what I was telling him earlier. I don't need his permission to do anything anymore. I'm the captain now.
Right now.
I'm the captain now.
He was telling us about you. He said he texted you about
Doctor,
something.
could you please search
I don't
for
need
the
permission.
row that references the palliative care?
Show
He was
up.
like, "Let me know if you want to get on. I can run back and let you in." I was like, "I don't need you. I got this, bro. I got
How
this."
did handle this?
Thank you. You mentioned the term C. diff or C. difficile. What is that?
C stands for Clostridium. Clostridium difficile is an anaerobic bacteria that causes injury to your colon, a colitis, and diarrhea.
Okay. Madam Clerk, if we could please clear the screen.
So
and
she's
then list of all
constipated, she has
cases.
diarrhea, but she's
12.
constipated and she has diarrhea. And I'm confused. I
She-
can't tell whether she's coming or going.
she's also
Information
very
also regarding
confused.
the hospital stay.
Yes.
Okay. And at the top, there's an infectious disease. What was that row regarding?
So Dr. Taft was the infectious disease
Gotcha.
consultant. So she had a doctor following her, a general doctor in the hospital, and then multiple consultants were offering their opinions as to how to help Ms. Hernan. So this infectious disease doctor did an exam, and his history included the things that I have in that column, that her friend says she's an alcoholic, but no recent alcohol use. She has infrequent but liquid stools. She's been eating soup for 4 years, 4 years of GI symptoms. She's had a
I like
UTI
soup.
6 times. And 6 weeks ago, took a sulfur
good.
antibiotic for a UTI. His exam showed a hydrated, fatigued patient with a distended abdomen and a tender right side. He refers to the CT scan of the abdomen. That
So when this thing
demonstrated
hits the next break,
the patient
I'll,
refers colonoscopy.
put in the
And even though they didn't have a culture yet at this time on 222, or a stool
link to
sample,
where it's
he
at,
recommended that she
so
be
that way you
treated
can
as if she had
pull it up
Clostridium difficile
on
infection.
your
because
side.
He thought that was the most
'cause
likely
I'll have
diagnosis.
to
And
jump
that
off
particular
here.
antibiotic
I
is
was gonna
different
say,
from
unless
the
you're leaving,
antibiotic
we'll
she's
just leave
been,
it. But if you're
Right.
leaving, that's
what they were
cool.
treating her for
Well, I could
presumed
I
other
could probably leave it here. I just
infections.
wouldn't be
So
able
that
to
was his
pause it.
recommendation.
No,
That's
we'll
all.
switch it before you leave.
Procolitis.
I don't have the link at the
Inflammation
moment.
of your
Throw it in private
I,
chat for me.
I just put it in private chat.
Cool.
What is the antibiotic used for C. difficile?
vancomycin.
Did that begin to be administered to Ms. Hernan in the hospital?
Yes,
After that, did it appear that her symptoms lessened?
yes.
She just
The information
she
in
had
the
to put up
history
with all her crap.
column
Damn
for
right.
the first entry, it says friend says and then continues on.
Yes,
You
Did the
think them
record indicate
Pampers are
who
cheap?
that person was?
I don't recall.
Did, in any of the medical records for the hospitalization in September of 2018, include information about people that were there with her in the hospital?
I do recall that there was a mention of Jessy Kurczewski, but I don't recall at what part of the hospitalization.
Okay. Moving down to the final row on this page, What is this entry in regards to?
The social worker E. White was part of the behavioral health team, and she came to see if the patient wanted a psychiatric evaluation or consult. And her response to this therapist was that she does not think anxiety or depression is affecting her, and she wanted to go home now that she had a diagnosis. And the conclusion in the findings and plan was she does not want to see a psychiatrist or take any psychiatric medication.
And did Ms. Hernan go home ultimately?
Yes, 9/28.
Okay. Moving to page 13, please. Is this the last entry in the hospitalization record?
Yes, this reflects the discharge summary by Dr. Liu, who discharged her,
Trying to read
provided the discharge
Dave's
information,
talk to
and his
text
findings
is
were listed that,
How do
in
you
his opinion,
see up
the
as well?
hospitalization
Does this woman not
resulted in
have-
the identification of the main problem being
Yeah.
ulcerative colitis. With a positive stool study for Clostridium difficile, 14 days of vancomycin were prescribed. Because she had the dehydration, he recommended discontinuing her diazide. Her drug was diazide, which is a combination of triamterene and
How about start
hydrochlorothiazide,
drinking some
which are
water?
diuretics, or what it's commonly known as water pills. So she was on a water pill for her high blood pressure, and he said, you had all these days of diarrhea. We should give you a water pill because that's only going to make things worse. So for your high blood pressure, we're going to start nifedipine, also known as Procardia. So he switched her high blood pressure medication upon discharge. And he said, we should follow up with you on October 4th of 2018.
Jeez, oh,
Prior
Pete.
to the discharge, was there anything in the record suggesting
Could you imagine the
facility would be
frustration
more appropriate for Ms.
dealing
Hernan
with all
upon
these
release?
doctors and all these
It was discussed
medications and
because,
just not getting it right and
say
making things worse and switching and going back and
our
oh my
bedridden for
god.
as long as she was, which is about
And
2
that-
weeks.
That's
You can
how it
become very
usually
deconditioned.
happens. I
came in-
mean, it's
She
not
came in dehydrated,
uncommon.
and she was
Just
taking
try
blood
going to the
pressure.
VA.
They recommended that she go for rehabilitation for strengthening because they felt
Yeah.
that she might not be able to cope at home. And the recommendation was either you need to go to a rehab facility so someone can help you, or you need to have somebody 24 hours at your home to help you. And she said, I'd rather go home and have somebody help me there.
As would most
Was there any
people.
discussion or diagnoses in the medical records you reviewed that Ms. Hernan had any kind of a terminal illness?
No,
Was there any record that suggested Ms. Hernan needed to be moved to or think about hospice care?
no,
In terms of being 2 weeks in bed, when you testified to that, what location was Ms. Hernan in bed for 2 weeks?
in the hospital.
Okay. Again, this is the last page of Exhibit 210, is that right? Is that true, Doctor?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
So in terms of Exhibit 210 and the way that you've summarized your review of records in this case, at any point did you see concerns by any provider that Ms. Hernan had suicidal ideations?
No.
Severe depression?
No.
Terminal illness?
She said
No.
that she had depression earlier.
And how many times have I said, a lot of people don't tell you when they're gonna do that
I
stuff.
did miss one thing.
100%.
If we could go back to,
Are you done with 210?
No. If we could please go back to page. Eight of Exhibit 210. Dr. Bedrowski, I'd like you to note the weight at the May 2nd, 2018 visit, please.
238 pounds.
So if the jury has seen photos of a driver's license obtained in June of 2018 and the weight reported was 150, is that consistent with the medical records in this case?
No,
In fact, it's quite different, right?
yes,
Okay. When you reviewed all the medical records. in this
Shocking. A
case,
woman lied
going
about her
back the
weight
amount
on
of
her
years that
driver's
you had them,
license.
Were there
Color me surprised.
indications that Ms. Hernan couldn't walk or move on her own ever?
not at all.
Okay.
Hmm.
During your review of the medical records, I'm finished with 210, thank you.
May I say something?
Oh, go
That
ahead.
might answer the question you just asked me, because right on here, I said the OSTRI score was important. The OSTRI score is now 4, from 35 to 4. That's really a big improvement. So It basically says she has no functional impairment on 3/14/18.
And a higher OS3 score was earlier in time, is that true?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out. In terms of your review of the medical records in this case, did you see occasions where Ms. Hernan would complain about medication difficulty or symptoms from medication she didn't like?
Well, she discontinued a lot of the medications for various reasons. Right on the last thing we looked at, it says she discontinued baclofen for a rash. She discontinued Butrans after 6 days because it didn't work. She discontinued cyclobenzaprine because of weight gain. So, she discontinued medications for various reasons, but
Did the records that you reviewed indicate that Ms. Hernan was sharing these problems with doctors causing the discontinuation of meds?
yes,
Okay. In all of your review of all these medical records, did you ever see a record of Ms. Hernan telling any medical provider that she couldn't swallow pills?
no,
What about telling a medical provider that she had to crush pills in order to take them?
no, there's no record of it.
In terms of the times that you've noted and reviewed that medications were discontinued, was there ever an occasion you reviewed that there was a life-threatening reason that a medication was stopped?
There was not an occasion where she experienced a life-threatening reaction, but I won't say that continuing a medication she had some reaction to couldn't become more serious.
Specifically, let's talk about baclofen. What is that drug for?
It's for muscle spasms.
Okay. At one point, that was discontinued.
Yes,
Do you know why?
she said she had a rash on her abdomen.
Okay. Any other side effects that she didn't like that you recall?
Not that I recall.
Okay. At some point, we looked at the
My
record
teeth
when
are
there were
rotting
side
out.
effects or
Everything smelled all the
mouth sores. Is that
time.
true?
Yes,
Everything
And that
hurts all the
coincided with that
time.
report of use.
Yeah, this lady was
problem.
perfectly happy with her current existence.
Yeah.
No chance she was feeling down at all.
Now, Dr. Bedritsky, I'd like to turn to a new topic with you.
While you are going to move on to a new topic, I think this would be a very good time to take an afternoon break.
There you
So,
go.
15 to 20 minutes or so, you all can walk around. I don't think it's raining. You might even get to go outside back here. So all rise for the jury, please.
Oh my gosh. And it'll probably be coming back. Yeah, it's about 6 seconds behind, so you're not going to miss anything if you pull that up and get it going. And you can just fast forward it to the end. Just drag it. It took it from where I sent it to you at.
The responsibility of the parties to look at it to ensure that the information contained is
Yes, no?
the same.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
I know we have some limitations sometimes on exhibits and uploading and file size and all of that. I do think it's important for the record that whatever exhibit we are utilizing with the witness needs to be part of the record, meaning exactly. So the 13 pages of 210 needs to be what is in the record, and the same thing going forward, so we don't have this issue. My apologies. I realized it as we were going through, but I then paid careful attention that all the information is the same. It's literally the rows might change because the font size is bigger. I accept that representation from Attorney Nicolai as an officer of the court. But if we don't have the very same thing for the jurors and they're taking notes on page 5, that's going to cause an issue. So I only have 210 at the moment. You said there might be this issue with 211. So during the break, please look at that. And then please make sure, even though it wasn't offered, we still need to have 213 marked for identification purposes and in the record, okay?
Okay.
Any questions about that?
No, I apologize, Judge. I think that there's been tweaks to exhibits. I know the defense has had these too, and we've discussed trying to work the best we can together to keep everything updated, but it obviously didn't happen with this, and my apologies. We are trying to stay on top of that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Giggity.
Kukler, any record you want to make as to that?
No.
All right. Anything else then? I don't think we had a sidebar because I ended up excusing the jury, so we're good on that. So we'll take our break. starting now, and I'll give you, if I give you 15 minutes, that's a little bit shorter, but I want to make sure you at least get through your direct examination. Do you believe we can do that between 4:30?
No,
and
we need
5
about
today?
3 hours so we can get over your
If not,
voice,
then
lady.
we were here late last night, and so if we have to stop at 4:30, we stop at 4:30.
But shut up, we wouldn't be here so
It's
long.
45 minutes and it's 5:15. No,
I don't
mind
I
this
just wanna
judge.
Prepare the jurors.
I don't mind her.
What's your best?
No, I don't mind her either. She just talks too damn much.
Honestly, Judge, I don't know that I'm gonna be able to finish direct by 5 o'clock.
Ooh.
All right, then at a good stopping point, close to 4:30 is what I would ask you do. Okay. All right. All right. We are on our break then. I'll be back here in about 15 minutes or so.
There's a short day in it today, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She must have a lash appointment.
Late last night, which was 5. So maybe she's a 4:30 lady.
Yeah, my old dog has to go into the vet here in a bit. He's his white blood cell count is really high. So
Your dog?
we're gonna run a little bit of tests, see what's going on. I mean, he seems like he's healthy, but
White
my
blood
wife-
cells usually either like infection or really bad.
yeah, that's usually what it's a sign of. But like I said, he doesn't have any infection, but he could easily have cancer or something. So no biggie.
That would be the really bad option. Yeah.
Well, and I told my wife, as old as that pup is, I'm not going to put him through any sort of chemo or meds or stuff like that. That's just not
Not
can't do
fair to
that.
him.
No.
Yeah. How old is it?
No. Oh shit. He's going on 13 years now. Yeah, 13 years.
What kind of dog is it?
He's a mutt, mixed breed, part wire hair terrier and part whatever got a hold of mom. I have no
What's
idea.
Like,
We saved him from a
little
kill
guy?
shelter.
the little guy?
He's about 25 pounds.
Oh,
He was,
Medium.
yeah, he was he came in from a kill shelter. His mom was sent to be put to sleep, and turns out she had a bunch of pups. So they she got adopted out, and then there was and as soon as we walked in, this one was screaming at the top of his lungs. Like, whenever I say screaming, I mean it was screech. If I ever recorded it, you would think that it was like it's worse than that screaming lamb or goat or whatever the hell it is. Yeah, it's worse than that whenever he gets excited. And yeah, I mean, and he sort of went downhill for a little bit whenever we lost the oldest of the two, and then we got this other one that like a few days later, actually, that someone had brought the pup by and was like this dog needs to be part of your family, and he's been with us ever since. And then my wife, yep. I knew it was coming. I was waiting on it.
He popped in backstage, did the sneeze, and then left. Oh, that's good.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's so
That's
funny.
she entrance everywhere he goes.
Beautiful.
David, I just gave him a new toy to play with.
David's so awesome.
No.
That is exactly what he would do when we worked, because it was like you're all having a conversation, and then here's this MFer.
You were having a conversation.
Just freaking scream sneeze at you, and everybody's like, Jesus, I don't even remember what I was talking about.
Hey, you. How are you doing?
Yeah, well, so yeah, he's got to go in and get some more blood work done, and so just to make sure he's good. We'll be fine.
That's funny.
Oh my God.
I love it.
Yes, he's gonna be fine. It's
Yeah.
not like he's gonna be in perfect health. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, they'll figure it out. He's got some antibiotics, I'm sure. And there goes my dogs. They're losing their mind.
You have, how many do you have?
We have 3, and then I've got we're house sitting. Well, not house sitting. We've got a Weimaraner here. He's actually a show dog. I mean, he's
Well, those are cool
he's
dogs.
he's won all kinds of medals, and he's a certified tracking dog. Like he could track you if he needed to. he's pretty good, but he's old too, and so it's my wife's aunt's Weimaraner. So
They're gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good dogs.
Yeah, I
Right.
walk him every morning, every night. He's pretty damn awesome.
Sorry to hear about your dog. I didn't mean to interrupt
Oh,
you.
no.
I wasn't actually listening. I just popped in and was like,
It was beautiful.
I'm glad you're enjoying it.
yes, very much so. That is the best gift that Jamie has ever given me.
Bringing me back to the days.
So
Wait,
we are
you're home
on
already?
a 20-minute break that's going to take like several hours.
Possibly
No.
shouldn't take that long. She was talking about trying to get out of here by 4:30 today.
Oh,
Yeah.
that would be nice. So that's it's 3:30 their time. So that's a half hour. They're literally going to come back from break and be like,
It's 3:08 their time. 3:30
Yeah.
when they get back. So
Oh,
we'll do
it's
an hour.
oh, yeah, okay.
Can you see it?
Can I see what?
She asked about my shirt.
Oh.
Who did?
No one
Oh,
did. She just wants to show it off.
She's just showing her boobs. That's all.
It's okay. We got you.
Shut up.
It's a violent sneeze. It is a violent sneeze. That's apparently so. If you guys ever work with Jamie, she likes to just randomly record you. Michigan is a one-party consent state, so he's legal. And she saved
I
this
didn't
for like
say
10
what
years.
was.
Oh, shit. Yeah, you did. You said his name was Tony.
I mean, that's his nickname.
Good cover. Good cover.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
My dirty picture is falling. I got to fix it. Hang on.
Oh, what the hell?
Stupid Butters.
Those legs are trying to get out of the picture.
Horrible.
Oh my god.
They're trying to walk away.
Yep.
Oh, I forgot how flippin' complicated
I
this
read
thing was.
she doesn't work with me anymore. This was many years ago, so we're good. Nobody knows.
Jody's legs were originally in a frame, but they were apparently too hot for the wall or the frame, and it fell, and then it broke. So now I just have the matting and the picture up there now. Even Jody is running away from Dave. You know what, Farrell? That's it. You're losing your wrench.
Busted.
Hey. Don't you dare.
That's what you get for clipping me saying something stupid the other day. She got me pretty good.
Jody's hunting the treehouse.
He had done it like a couple times that day. Sorry, I'm answering mass. He said, "How did I know?" He had done it a couple times that day, and I literally kept my phone running on the end of because we have these like long desks. I shit you not. I was so happy.
That's a
Thank
little
God.
creepy and stalker-like, Jamie.
Yeah, because I was like, because I was telling people about it, like at home in my real life, and I was like, they're like, no way, and I was like, I'm gonna get him, so everyone knows I'm not a psycho.
What's this justice for Farrell? Farrell's mean to me, folks.
Farrell's mean to everybody.
I know.
Justice for Farrell, you stop it.
Girl's not mean to me.
See,
She's nice to me.
everybody, justice for Farrell in the chat.
Not a psycho, just a stalker. That's Farrell. That's Farrell's moniker. Not a psycho, just a stalker. That should be like her subtitle on her channel. Farrell housewife, not a psycho, just a stalker.
No, Jamie.
No, they're talking about me.
No, but this. I was reading this for Farrell.
Oh,
Not a psycho, just a stalker.
No, I wanted to prove to everybody I wasn't lying and making up a story.
An emoji so I can use it right now. Oh, that'd be awesome.
Real life.
I know you mentioned that. I'm out of emojis, so I have to delete emojis if I'm going to add new ones right now until I get
Yep.
another 50 members.
There you go. It's based off membership.
Yeah, it's based off of the number of members
And
to
then you
add
can
different
lose
emojis,
them?
different number of emojis.
Yeah. Yep. I've got mine not quite maxed out yet, but I've got the Wizinator up there.
Irish,
What-
is this your first time here?
It's
No.
Calvin.
Is that a serious
No,
question?
Calvin.
Stop it.
I pull up comments willy nilly and apply them where I want, and I have done since day one.
Yeah.
What is the Wizinator emoji of?
It's that Calvin, the peeing Calvin.
Hobbs? Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where he's, you'd have him like peeing on a Ford or a Chevy.
Yeah,
It's just the emblem of that. And I was like, that's perfect.
Jung, you pick which one I'm going to delete because it's going to be an unpopular opinion no matter what I do.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is 3-hole wonder has to stay and the igloo has to stay.
3-hole wonder and igloo. Let's see. What else do we have?
What do you have? Forgot.
We have, all right. So here are all the emojis. I'm going to put them out. We can maybe get rid of the red horned hat since I don't really wear that much anymore. It used to be behind me. But there.
Oh, you gotta keep baby burner. And then you got my eyelashes, so that ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, your eyelashes aren't going anywhere. We got to keep the baby burner phone. We have the OK Boomer. We could get rid of micro penis. We could get rid of Gonzo.
I kind of like micro penis.
Yeah, micro penis is fun. We have the black cat. We could get rid of.
You get rid of the black cat, yeah.
What's the little dog one?
Oh, we don't need another popcorn. That's true. We can get rid of popcorn.
That was for my dogs.
The what? Oh, this is Jamie's dog. All right, let's get rid of the popcorn one. All right, I'll do a Kramer entering emoji. I'll add it now just for Jung.
Mhm.
Cosmo Kramer entering room.
Ow! Cats.
What did you do?
My cat just clawed my leg. Hi.
Cosmo as a chicken emoji. No worries there.
I gotta figure out how to get rid of the white background on those.
Photoshop is your bestest of friend.
Okay. I've got it.
And then you can delete the background and then square it up, and that's the best thing.
Well,
to do.
I can do that in Adobe, but it still shows up.
That's what Photoshop, because you can save it without the background.
Gotcha. Well, Photoshop is Adobe.
Oh yeah, I guess yeah. But if you're doing it like an Adobe Picture Maker or whatever, I don't think it works. Or whatever it's called.
Yeah, I think Creative Suite or whatever
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
Okay, I need a good image. Jung, give me a good high quality image of Kramer entering the room, and I can make this happen. But everything I see is like blurry.
I see the concept she wants. It's kind of cool. It's funny.
Mhm.
She wants people to use it when they're coming in to the chat.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Can we just have like Kramer's artwork? We know what it means, but can we like here? Like, hang on, let me share my screen here.
Yeah.
Like, just
Oh.
like this. Like I could delete the background or whatever, or we'll just have this. We just know that this is because I love this image. It's amazing.
I know.
Oh, that's funny.
But see, like if I try to do Kramer entering a room, they're all kind of like blurry.
Yeah. What's up with the red light behind him?
That's when the chicken place was outside his room, and then him and Jerry switched places, and then Jerry turned into Kramer, and Kramer was all like fastidious.
Kenny Rogers chicken. Kenny Rogers.
Kenny
chicken.
Rogers chicken. Yeah, that's a great episode. They switch apartments for like a week.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Like something like this would be great.
Yeah.
If I could get his hand in here and him just standing there, I think that would be good.
How do you do all this anyway?
Photoshop.
Oh,
Use the one with his face looking into the camera, like this
you
one.
guys.
I could do. Is this look? Is that what you want for the emoji?
It's
Oh,
scary.
I know, but it's just anything Kramer is perfect.
Oh, God damn it.
I love this.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
This one, I think if I just do the head, like maybe the shoulders, close up of his face, crazy face Kramer.
Yeah,
So
because
it
it would
reads so
show up
small.
really small.
Yeah, it'll show up small, so it has to be something that we can recognize.
Oh, God.
Are you struggling?
Yes. It's all flat, like board pieces. It's a pain in the butt to get them apart. I will not be taking this one apart ever again.
Those little
You say
flat
that now.
ones.
Oh, they're driving me nuts.
I'm going to start organizing my pieces here in a minute.
That's what she said.
Does that fit? I don't know if that fits.
Yeah.
All right. Marketing, or no. Membership, emojis. All right, let me save it in here. Okay, got to open up Photoshop. I am not even close to skilled in Photoshop as others, like excited, but I can at least make an emoji, or yeah, an emoji, face, head sort of thing. Make this happen. Okay, first size. Anything else people got going on? Anything? Nothing?
As far as emojis?
As far as life in general. Well, you're a popular guy today.
Apparently.
bye.
Bye.
I do have an eyelash appointment today,
Oh, you have
Yeah.
an eyelash appointment. That's right.
so I gotta hop off at 5.
So
Yeah.
weird that you get that done. I'm sorry. It's just weird.
Well, what's weird about it? Let's talk about it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, why the eyelashes? Oh, that didn't work.
Why not?
I was like waiting for an answer. That was just,
I love it. She just blinks a couple of times, and why not?
I mean,
I don't know. It's not something I guess I think about much. Eyelashes. I don't think about my eyelashes. Is that weird, or should I be thinking about them more, Jamie?
I think about Jamie's eyelashes daily.
thank you.
Daily.
You're unforgettable.
True story.
Unforgettable.
Unforgettable.
That's what you are.
All right, I'm having a hard time moving the background. So without like spending hours and hours. So I'm just going to do it this way.
No, it's
Unforgettable.
See, now you're gonna have that stuck in your head for a while.
I know. We could play some different music. We could play some house music. You want some house music going?
if you,
What's that, Jamie?
so it does feel like Blade's gonna come into the room. Or Mortal Kombat. Yeah, that's
Yeah, Mortal Kombat. Yeah, that's more what I think of, like a 1980s video game. Oh God, I love that song.
Finish him.
Yeah,
I wish I could play that song.
like that was obviously a terrible movie, but 1995 Mortal Kombat was like my jam.
What about like the video game, Jamie?
Well, I love the video game, but when the movie, and I love the video game so much that when the movie came out, I was like, this is gonna be great, and it wasn't, but it was great. You know?
It was
It
great
was
at the
just-
time.
It was
Yeah.
just as good as the video game.
And I still have watched it recently and was like, yeah, I kind of, I'm digging this. I love it. They play the music all the time. I love the music.
All right, I'm gonna put Kramer up here. You guys might have to refresh the screen in order I'll let you know when it's up. But you have to refresh the screen probably to get access to the emojis. Oh, I should probably go into the right settings to make this happen, right?
It would help.
Customize my channel. You guys want to see how the sausage is made? Let's see. It's weird because if I want to add an emoji, I need to go to earn. Then I need to go to membership. Then I need to go view membership
Perks.
custom default perks. And then I need to click on emojis. And then I need to add, or actually I'm going to replace the popcorn emoji. So we're going to add Kramer to this. And then we're going to replace image with...
Yeah, so more people need to sub up. That's what needs to happen on yours.
Yeah,
More
that's
people
what
sub up, so that way you can start adding more
Did you
emojis.
realize you're at the 4K mark?
What?
When did you hit 4K?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't even know I did.
You did.
Congratulations.
4K. Yay!
Ooh, 4K subscribers. 4K subscribers. I also have 200,000 views. That I've been watching. Too.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. I have so if I go back a year, I have 176,000. But if I go back lifetime, I have 202,677 views. If I go back, but so I've been doing this for like 6 months, really kind of full time. So I have 176,000 views since a year ago, which is most of it's been. I did some Jan 6 stuff as well, but most of it's been really since the last 6 months.
Yeah, but you're constantly putting out content too, so it's not like you're slacking off on the content. Because somebody mentioned something about the way that you can spot out those those bot farmers is you'll see like their views go way up or their views go down and their sub count go way up.
Yeah.
Like
there's other with like 3,000 subs, but like 10 people watching a stream.
Yeah.
It doesn't scale properly.
Right.
Or it could be somebody like, we'll just unname, I won't name anybody. There could be somebody who covered something and got like 300,000 subs, but nobody really is watching their current content. And so they still only have like 100 people watching any given stream. And it doesn't really, and that's why I'm like, I don't want to blow up. I want to scale slowly.
Slow and
I want my
steady.
numbers to grow slowly.
Mhm.
And right now I'm about a quarter of the way to where I would need to be to sustain this full time. I know I said like, what I say, 10,000, I think was like, I could do this full time.
Right.
It might be a little bit more than that, but it's pretty damn close.
Ooh, you got it up. Cool.
Recollection.
See, I hear noises.
David, do you have the actual eyelash image?
The what?
Farrell said, David, show Stray Jamie's eyelash thingy.
You got it? Okay, otherwise I got one.
You have it still? What is it? Logo? Is that what they called it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll bring.
I'm just going to show it because Farrell made this. I'm going to give her credit.
Yeah, Farrell made it. Isn't it cute?
It's Jamie's logo.
I like it.
I once had a trial had many more.
Damn cute.
Why do I hear
Exhibits.
double sounds?
It was a civil case.
Oh.
I hear multiple sounds. You guys hear double, or is it just me?
It was
I think it's just you, right?
Do I have something else opened?
You might.
In a
You
court
might have
trial like that, so I had to take exceptionally good notes.
a window or something.
So I have.
Tab.
What? Oh, it was your stream. I put your stream up, and I had another window going.
It'll get you every time.
Okay, I'm gonna close down this one. Or are you covering it, or you're leaving, right? That's why I opened up another stream.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I got to open back up what I just shut down.
No, you've got it playing right there. That's Valhalla.
yours.
That's mine.
No, it's not.
Oh, that's yours.
Valhalla.
Yeah.
Oh, Valhalla's. Okay, all right.
We're good. We're good.
Yeah, we took care of that earlier.
Why am I
We
even
wanted
here?
to make sure it was a smooth transition.
Nobody knows, David.
I'm
No,
just-
that's why. You're the lawyer. We need somebody that actually knows what's going on.
And I gotta leave
By
it.
the way, I gotta say, Wicked Psych membered. Thank you very much. I feel like you're renewing a member, maybe, but maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. But anyways, thank you very much.
Yeah. Thanks, Wicked.
MLS. No, I think he's a new member. So very cool. Welcome and thank you. Okay, so there should be. Yep, we got Kramer. We got the Kramer emoji.
Yep.
That's what I was doing. I got distracted.
The ADD is strong today, y'all.
Sure is.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Attorney Nikolai.
I don't like her straight on, Jung. I think she looks like Travis Alexander's sister straight on. Her cheeks are kind of sunken. From the side, she's cute.
Who's Travis Alexander?
Jodi Arias's victim.
Oh, gotcha.
Be a little
Her
tight
sis
squeeze
or
over
his
this.
her
I figured
sister. His
that's better.
sister.
We are at clearing that up. All right, go ahead. You may continue with your direct examination of Dr. Butcherky.
Can we boost this volume at all?
Doctor,
Or is it
before the
boosted?
break, do you recall that we had a discussion about that palliative care visit?
Yes.
And then I showed.
Now it's as loud as I can get it. Oh, shit.
Now it's as quiet as you can get it.
Yeah, I fixed it. I fixed it.
Okay, so I'd like to show you what's now been marked as State's Exhibit 2.
All right. Well, I'm going to jump. Thanks, David. And I'll
All
just,
right.
it'll continue streaming over on mine. So
cool.
Those that are over there, welcome to entertain themselves. I just have a couple things to take care of.
All right. Take care. Thanks for joining.
If you're still going, whenever I get back, I'll say hi. And thank you for having me.
Later, buddy.
Good luck.
Dave, what did you message me? Wait, did I find it? On Facebook. I got to open Facebook.
And Dr. Bajewski,
So
have you
many
seen
platforms.
Exhibit 215 before?
Yes.
What is it?
Well, this is a part of the medical record relating to Lynn Hernan's hospitalization from 9/15 to 9/28 of 2018.
Does it appear to be
Thanks,
the
Dave.
full record relevant to the palliative care team?
Yes,
Is it a fair and accurate copy of that record?
yes.
I'd move Exhibit 215 into evidence and ask permission to publish.
No objection. Exhibit 215 is received and permission to publish is granted.
Dr. Bajewski, on the.
Tag Farrell
screen
in
front of you, is
the
that page
Discord if
1
you
of
need
Exhibit
help. If you need a
215?
hand, she'll show you around.
Yes.
Okay. And who is Ann Thompson?
She's the nurse practitioner affiliated with the palliative care group.
You're going to deserve
If
whatever
can
you
scroll
get, sir.
down, please. Obviously, Ms. Hernan's name is on this record, right?
Yes.
Okay.
If you want some actual help, though, tag
I
Jung.
need-
Will you
Told you.
please direct the jury and the cause to
Oh, that's
the
funny.
pieces of this record that you found significant and included in your Exhibit 210?
Okay. The reason for consult is that the patient has chronic abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting,
She
and diarrhea,
does.
unable
Oh
to eat
my
anything.
What?
Result, I think it means resulting
serve.
in AKA, which is acute kidney injury with CR.
That sounds like
abbreviated
Phyllis.
creatinine
She's-
to 5.
she
It sounds like
got it.
Phyllis
Results
describing her
so
own
far just all
ailments
negative.
to Michael Scott.
And in
She
tears
does.
a lot due to
That's
pain
good, Walt.
and
That's
looking
good.
stressed. Please help with symptom control.
And ultimately, you testified earlier that palliative care team signed off on Ms. Hernan, right?
Yes, right here. Patient upset and GI involved, and certainly more of a GI issue without any other life-limiting illness for palliative care, and thus will sign off. And then here, follow-up, will sign off as no palliative needs.
And what is the date? Can you tell based on Exhibit 215 the date of this consult? Scroll up, perhaps.
Nine 21/18 at 14:54.
Thank you. I'm finished with Exhibit 215.
I'm sorry, that's the signing. It's a little earlier where it says date of service, 9/21/13/15. The dates are the time is slightly earlier on date of service versus the co-signer at 1454.
Okay. But the date is September 25th of 18?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, Dr. Bedritsky, I would like to publish what's already been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 35. And we looked at this before the lunch break. And this is the toxicology. And I'd like the jury to be able to see the front page.
Should I start streaming this now? Oh, Dave's gone. Is it worth streaming it midway through?
And
I mean,
Ms.
if
Faulkner,
people
you'll
go
please
over
scroll
there,
to
yeah.
the bottom of this page.
I don't know if it's something I want to do. I've been against it for the most part.
What are you against?
Because you don't want
Streaming
like
something halfway through.
In the exhibit.
Like a
number
trial?
Dr. is
Right.
35.
Like if I started streaming right
So
now
if we could scroll
and
back
have
to
like
the
a half a day,
page
or
one.
not even like an hour, right?
Yeah, I mean that's why I wanted to start this a little late and then just start it from the beginning.
This is the toxicology report. It's a supplemental.
Next
report.
time
It's actually the
you should
first report
get it set up and
provided
let it
by
run.
NMS Labs, regarding the.
Well, this was very last
analysis
minute, too.
of the
I thought Baker was going
specimens.
today. Wicked, check out the membership tab on YouTube. There should be a link in there.
Remind the jury where NMS Labs is.
It's in Pennsylvania.
Okay. Does Dr. Sherry Finkel work for NMS Labs?
Yes,
Okay. In fact, did you talk to her regarding this toxicology report?
I talked to her about one of the toxicology reports. I don't know if it was this one.
If we scroll to the middle, there's a lot of items listed inside of the box for positive findings. What does that mean?
Different panels or requests were asked for on the specimens that I submitted. And as I said, there were 4 reports, so this is the summary of everything that accumulated. You know, first
I keep
asked for
forgetting
this
to broadcast
test,
my
then I added this
sneezes
test,
for
then I added
Jamie.
this test. So this is the ultimate result.
I'm
this
sick right now,
reflects
so there's a lot of them
not
too. I
only
just need
their
to start
usual
doing it.
screen, which
My
Wanna
is
instinct is to mute everything.
toxicology report, but all additional.
Dave's got all the
special
phlegm
tests
right
that I
now.
asked for.
No.
Because not all.
Just
the
on my
drugs
left
that
side.
Ms. Hernan was on were included in the general screen. And as I learned what medications I should be looking for, I added more of those things. There are 3 different specimens that were sent: iliac blood, gastric fluid, and liver tissue. And so the
Liver tissue.
medications and compounds that.
Yeah,
were
it breaks
analyzed
down the certain chemicals in the
separated
body, so it's a good
those,
way to see
tissues.
what was last
So we have,
used
the first
over
group
the
is
last few
iliac
hours
blood,
or
the second
days.
group is gastric fluid, and the third group is the liver tissue. The results indicate in the units that follow the number what level of that particular item was found in that particular specimen.
A few questions about what you just said. Throughout the process, do you recall which report from NMS listed tetrahydrozoline on it?
The first one,
Okay. And it's also listed on here, is that true?
yes,
Could you circle that for the jury, please? And what level is reported for the iliac blood from the Hernan?
116 nanograms per ml.
Now, ultimately, did that result cause you to do some research in this case?
Yes,
And in its totality, have you created a summary exhibit that talks specifically about the toxicology in this case?
about the toxicology, or I should say, about information about tetrahydrozoline, because I needed to know more.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're gonna come back to this toxicology piece later on. Right now, though, I want to talk to you about that research that you undertook. Why did you do that in this case?
This is a substance that I haven't seen in a toxicology report before. I have heard of it in the media. I wanted to look in the medical literature to see what information was known about levels and what it would mean in a person, because it's not supposed to be in the blood. It's not an oral medication. That much I knew. So I did research on it.
Is that research memorialized in an exhibit?
Yes.
And is that, I'd like to show just the witness, please, exhibit 211. And Doctor, I'll slowly scroll through exhibit 211 so that you can see it's a 3-page document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
Well, this is a chart that I made trying to put data pieces from my research in a table so I could both understand for myself. I mean, before I created this table for court, I did something like this for myself just so I could understand it. You know, read a paper, look at it and say, how old was the patient? How much did he take? What were the levels? What were the symptoms? To try to understand what tetrahydrozoline does to people. So then I created this table to explain it to the jury.
I will. I'll drop a. No, I can't drop a link. Let me just verify.
Yes.
I move exhibit 211 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
Any objection?
To be honest, it's just been given to 11.
Yeah, it's right there.
That,
If you click on the membership
I
thing,
don't. Yes.
not community, but
Reminder,
membership.
just, speaking of objections, sidebar.
It sounds like he's removing wallpaper. It's so freaking loud.
Is it? I'll mute. I'm sorry. All these damn flat pieces with all the little flat pieces stuck to them are a pain in the ass.
What are we doing now? We having a sidebar?
Yeah, what the fuck, or what the hell?
All right, thank you. Then, based upon that, exhibit 211 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
So doctor, on the very right side of exhibit, what are we at here? 211. If we can scroll down to the bottom of the page so that the jury can see that exhibit sticker, please. Okay. So at the top of page 211, you have the columns labeled again, right?
Yes.
Could you please go through those for the jury?
So I indicated the circumstance in which the ingestion of tetrahydrozoline occurred, then the age of the patient, then the amount ingested if known, then if there was a blood or serum level performed, what that number was, and what hours after ingestion, if known, it was taken, because that would, as time goes on, you know, that might affect what the number would be. If there was a urine level, the hours after ingestion, the urine was analyzed, and what symptoms were documented by the treating healthcare providers. And then finally, what the citation was for the information.
So if you could please run through the first row for the jury explaining what the information in each column means.
Okay, so I divided the circumstance into what would be called malicious administration, which would include an intent to harm, and include drug facilitated sexual assault, which is what DFSA means. So the first
She thinks she was sexually
mother
assaulted?
that
Think Bill
gave
Cosby.
tetrahydrozoline to her 6-year-old son. The amount is unknown. He presented with symptoms of drowsiness, sedation, and muscle weakness to a healthcare provider. The urine level was determined to be 257 and estimated 20 hours after ingestion.
And I apologize, before we go through those, what is the top row that you included in this exhibit?
The top row.
Right, underneath where it
Oh,
says.
Lynn Hernan. Lynn Hernan, being the patient that I'm doing the research about, I put her on the top so that one could look at what her blood level was compared to what the literature shows.
Now, in this exhibit, Exhibit 211, are all of the entries in here regarding individuals who were deceased?
No,
So some of these ingestions resulted in the person surviving?
most of them.
Okay. Why would that be helpful to you as a pathologist?
It's important to know what a blood level, what symptoms a blood level or a urine, well, it wouldn't be a urine level, but particularly a blood level. So what would be the symptoms if somebody had a toxic ingestion that resulted in certain symptoms? What would those symptoms be? How serious? I mean, if drinking tetrahydrozoline just, I don't know, made my mouth sore versus, put me in the ICU, that would be important to know. What's the toxic potential of this particular substance? So I was interested in finding out what levels have been documented, what symptoms correlate to those levels, and the circumstances of use, because there was also a thought that this is a recreational drug, and I found absolutely no reports and no evidence that tetrahydrozoline is ever used recreationally. So that was, it's sort of like the
Why?
scope of tetrahydrozoline, what we know about ingestions of tetrahydrozoline.
She's not wrong.
In terms of the information on this
I was
screen,
muted. What are you talking about? You use it
do
all the
you
time.
know
You said.
how the patient
No,
ingested the tetrahydrozoline in these cases?
never ever would I ever want that. Ugh.
Well, it was all oral, except for there's one entry later that was a study where they kept putting eye drops in volunteers, and they wanted to measure if you used a lot of eye drops, what your blood level would be at that time. But every other case would be an oral ingestion.
How is tetrahydrozoline supposed to be used?
It can be eye drops or nasal spray.
Are there different brand names of eye drops and nasal spray that contain tetrahydrozoline?
Yes.
And I'd like to actually, if we could please scroll through this exhibit and go down, I'd like to talk about the entry that you just mentioned regarding the people using them in their eyes. I think it's page 3. So on page 3 that the jury's looking at, can you circle the study that you talked about where it was tetrahydrozoline use in the eyes? Okay.
Yes.
And what can you tell the jury about that study?
Well, there was a lot of data from the study. They took a lot of people there. I mean, if you read the paper, it give you the age range of the individuals. They put 2 drops in each eye. They did it at 0, 4, 8, and 12 hours. They tested their blood and urine at multiple points. They developed ranges of what the blood levels were for those people at those times. So there was a range, and then there was a mean, and then they studied also their urine. So it's really a ton of data. I mean, there's no way I could put all that data in the chart. So I chose a mean of 13 hours after administration. It's not ingested.
She doesn't know what a fatal amount would be, Joan.
The blood, and I said if you did 2
Have they done
drops
studies on
in
this?
every eye at 13 hours, which would be after the 12-hour drops were given,
I don't
that
think
this would be blood
anybody
level
die.
mean for the population that they studied, and that would be the urine level.
I think that's
mean.
going to be the biggest problem that the state might have in this case,
What
if
is
they
the
have
blood
a
level
quality
mean
defense.
for these, for this study?
0.209 nanograms per ml, less than 1.
Now, going up to page 1, I'm not going to have you talk about each line of this exhibit, Doctor, but I do want to ask you, if we could clear the screen. Thank you.
You better
I
believe
do wanna
Farrell's
ask if
taking
you
notes
found
too.
patterns in terms of the symptoms that people presented.
Who you
with
think did the
upon
study the
oral
first time?
ingestion of that substance.
Yes, the main symptoms
Well,
are
A certain artist from Austria that will go unnamed did a lot of the work for us.
Drowsiness,
Well-
lethargy, coma,
He
stopping
really did.
breathing. And then for the heart,
History
low
don't lie,
heart
people.
rate, low blood pressure, and heart block.
I noticed that on this page, the majority of these entries don't have a blood serum level.
Right.
Did you find that common in the literature of patients that ingested and survived?
Yes.
Why? Do you know why?
Subject speculation. These aren't her studies.
The defendant is being
Sustained us
accused of putting
informed about
Visine in the
these
victim's drink and
When you
making
reviewed
her,
the
well,
research,
giving it to her to drink
did
so
it
that she
include
unalived herself, or that she was unalived.
information about
She didn't unalive herself.
where and
The poisoning
how
with Visine case.
samples can be tested for tetrahydrozoline.
Sometimes that was addressed, sometimes not.
Okay. Does NMS Labs test for tetrahydrozoline?
Yes.
Okay. Does a hospital?
The hospitals I'm familiar
Yeah, I don't think
with
you
do
want
not.
the sandwich that everyone's clamoring I make
know
you
why?
either, Farrell.
You both like give each other poison.
Toxicology testing is
Here, Farrell, I
extremely-
made you a sandwich. Here, Dave, I made you a drink.
My
Yeah.
medical pathology background, where I worked in a hospital lab, trained in a hospital lab. Hospitals don't do a lot of toxicology testing because you need a certain volume of tests to make the test worth having on your menu. Okay, so most hospitals test for aspirin and they test for alcohol, but they don't test for the wide variety of drugs that we take every day because the instrumentation, the quality control, the samples are just too difficult. So toxicology testing for a lot of drugs, other than like the common ones and alcohol that I mentioned, are usually addressed by private labs that then pull in from a wider patient base to make it worth having the instrumentation and the quality control. Because for every particular drug, you need a high level and a low level to test the parameters of your test. And every time you run a blood specimen, you have to do the quality control run. So
It
it
would
gets
definitely be
very
Farrell and I
complicated, and
sitting there
we don't have the volume to
switching
do
the
that.
drinks around.
Nobody's going to do that kind of testing.
A game of wit.
Could that
Yes.
rationale also apply
Farrell,
to
you will lose.
labs? Toxicology
Don't be
labs, for
so
example?
hasty, Dave.
Yes.
Are you aware of labs that conduct post-mortem toxicology testing that don't test for tetrahydrozoline?
I'm aware of post-mortem laboratories that test post-mortem blood that have a more limited panel than NMS, whether it includes tetrahydrozoline or certain other drugs. I can't speak to that, but I know a lot of other laboratories will only do this much testing. And if it's outside of their scope, then they send it to NMS. So NMS is a referral source for even other laboratories because it does such a, it has a wide array of analytes that it can test for.
Okay. Looking
I'm not a behavioral
back at Exhibit
scientist. I'm
211,
pre
there
body
seems to
language
be
expert, so
a
I don't know.
pattern involving someone's
Yeah.
consciousness after orally ingesting tetrahydrozoline. Is that true?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury what you found in your research about
What do we
that?
think of the
As I said,
attorney's
it
outfit?
affects the brain.
I love
makes
it.
Lethargic.
I don't like the
unconscious,
necklace.
Even up to comatose. And for that
It's not
reason,
centered
I
properly and it
consider
throws
that
me
a
off.
drug that is used in drug-facilitated sexual assault. It's
I'm not a huge
also
fan of the
referred
necklace,
to
but I like
as
the dress
drug
in a little
chemical
jacket.
compliance because it does affect the CNS and make people
Based
not
on her
awake,
body language, I say she's innocent.
irritable, lose their
Joan,
judgment.
there you go.
Straight up, not be awake.
Because the state hasn't proven anything. See,
In terms
I-
of
it's
the
just-
range of
look at that.
symptoms
See,
you
she's got like
saw,
the
would it
beads
be
are
fair
too
to say
close.
that
Something's
stop
not right
work
with the
very
necklace.
severe?
So
She
anyway.
looks like she's like a kindergarten teacher or something.
in terms of even being admitted to the ICU?
Continuing to bleeding.
I
Sustained.
say not guilty. She leans forward.
Any
I mean,
research articles that
It's
you
probably
reviewed
better than Dr.
where the
G's
patient
assessment.
ended up in the ICU?
Yes,
Are those reflected on Exhibit 211?
yes.
Okay, if we could please go to page 2.
It's not exactly a high bar, though, Dave.
I know.
How some of those studies indicated on this page, doctor?
Yes.
Why is it important to you in your job to know that that's a possible
Ooh.
symptom?
Yeah, I've got a merch
Well,
store,
it indicates
guys.
the
yeah.
severity
If
you
of
are
the
all interested.
symptoms, especially if you have a
I
blood
got
level
white girl
associated
wasted
with it.
wine tumblers.
Because if you survive, but you needed to be in the
Jamie's already
ICU
got
to
3 of those.
survive, that's pretty significant.
It doesn't
In
say
other
white
words,
girl wasted on it. It just is
without-
the white
without
girl
medical
wasted
aggressive
wine
medical
tumbler.
therapy, I think that's a reasonable
No, I want one though.
question.
Well, this jury was told that tetrahydrozoline can't kill a person earlier this week. Would you agree with that?
Anything
only-
could kill a person.
Agree with that. I think it's an irresponsible.
Water can kill a person.
Dihydrogen monoxide is the most toxic chemical
because,
out there.
Statements that this won't harm
Hydrogen
you
monoxide.
is
Dihydrogen
actually the
monoxide.
basis of some.
It
of
will
the
destroy
acts
rocks.
that
It will poison you.
The state.
It will kill you in so many different ways.
What
Look
is
what
it?
it did to the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, dihydrogen monoxide.
H2O.
But I mean, like,
Some
H2O,
of the
dihydrogen
pieces that are
monoxide.
It's
reflected
water,
on this
Jamie.
table,
It's water.
People said.
Dihydrogen
didn't
monoxide is
think it
water.
would
It is
hurt
the
them.
most
I just
corrosive
wanted
and
to make
dangerous
that clear.
substance on earth.
So the seriousness.
you
of the
gotta say
effects of
stupid words that make me
tetrahydrozoline
feel like
It's
Right.
literally dihydrogen monoxide. That's its chemical
is
makeup.
not
Didn't you
consistent
take
with
chemistry?
being,
I did, but I didn't pass it.
I never took
harmless.
chemistry.
And I certainly do think it can be fatal, and there is, if not medically reviewed literature, there is legal documentation of its ability to cause death.
My bad.
What?
I don't know.
I was unmuted,
This page where we see symptoms.
but I got more Lego comments in
Occasionally you
chat.
see a downward arrow and then the letters HR. What does that mean?
A decreased heart rate.
Okay.
The court reporter, she's typing on her little
In
court
terms
reporter
of
thing. It's like
this
she's doing
page,
things.
page 2 of exhibit 211.
I love Jung. Jung is
Are
awesome.
all of these individuals people that survived the ingestion?
Yes.
Okay. Going down, please, to page 3. Doctor, on this page, does the circumstance type change?
The break, sort of after study volunteers, indicate that the next grouping is information gathered from the media, not peer-reviewed medical literature.
There's 2 entries that say suicide attempt. Were those medical articles?
Those were medical articles.
What can you tell the jury about those, the backgrounds behind those 2?
Both individuals took tetrahydrozoline orally, intending to kill themselves. However, either due to discomfort or change of desire to die, they sought medical attention. Both these individuals, by seeking medical attention, ended up in the hospital and actually in the ICU.
In terms of the entries along the bottom, are those peer-reviewed medical articles?
No, the last 4 rows are not peer-reviewed medical articles.
Why did you find it helpful to review those items and include it?
Because I thought that that indicated that tetrahydrozoline can be used to poison somebody.
The first entry after the break says homicide, and on the right side it says confession. What in that case was relevant that you included this?
Object. Overruled.
This case involves a woman who confessed to dosing.
Fair judge.
Ooh, buddy. David,
What?
we have a sidebar. We need some Mortal Kombat music.
He was
Oh. Shit.
playing in his treehouse.
who admitted to dosing her husband with tetrahydrozoline and initially told investigators it was a natural death. However, his blood was tested and it was a coroner's case, and 68 nanograms per ml of tetrahydrozoline was found in his blood. And upon later questioning, the wife, stated, yes, I dosed him with tetrahydrozoline. I just tried to make it look like something else. And due to her confession, she was convicted.
And the blood serum level again for that case was what?
68 nanograms per ml.
What is the iliac blood level for Ms. Hernan in this case?
160 nanograms per ml.
Okay.
Almost 3 times the amount.
In terms of the research that you conducted into this substance, did you learn that there are any areas in the world that take precautions that it can't be easily procured?
There, can we go to the first page of this exhibit? The book by Kintz, he's French, and the case is a boy that he got ill in France, and the point of his report was that the mother was from the United States and carried the eye drops containing tetrahydrozoline in her purse. And his report included that this drug is not available in France, and they never thought to look for it because it's not available in France. But it's a cautionary tale in terms of the toxicology analysis that people should perform when they see certain symptoms, that they should consider this particular substance. So in France, I learned that it's not allowed.
In terms of the research that you did, and I think that you alluded to this before, but I want to ask you specifically, did you find any information that drinking tetrahydrozoline can cause a euphoric state or a state that people might want to experience?
I found no information in anything I looked at, which includes everything you see, and a number of articles that would be considered teaching tools for the medical profession, not citations of studies, but for example, an ER doctor would say, look for this, don't look for this. So, there's different literature about tetrahydrozoline, and nothing I read and nothing I experienced as a physician who autopsies people who die of recreational
I don't know,
drugs, has ever showed me that tetrahydrozoline is used recreationally.
Okay. And I'm finished with Exhibit 211. Thank you. Dr. Bedritsky, I'd now like to move into the topic of the actual scene where Ms. Hernan was located in this case, okay? Were you able to visit that area?
I did not.
Okay. Would this be one of those cases where your eyes and ears helped you out?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to show you, and this is somewhat graphic, so I apologize in advance, but we are going to go back to exhibits already in evidence, first with 14. Dr. Bedritsky, have you seen that exhibit before?
Yes.
Has to publish this, please.
Go ahead.
Was this photo significant to you in your analysis of cause and manner of death?
Yes.
Why?
It was not only this photo, but what is shown in this photo that's unusual is shown in other photos. And what is unusual is the sprinkling. Can I use my finger?
Sure.
Yeah. So it's the sprinkling of these particles on her chest. There might be one right here, but it's not in her mouth. So in other words, there was a sprinkling of multicolored pill fragments on her body, in her hair, on her chest, over her shoulders. Literally, the only thing I thought of when I saw this was somebody, held crushed pills and just like sprinkled them like confetti. I've never seen that in a case before.
Well, you don't know if that.
And when you say you've never seen it in a case, that includes 500 deaths a year that your office processes, and you doing a portion of those.
Yeah.
And that includes prescription drug suicides, true, right?
True.
Okay. If we can please move to exhibit 15, and that can be published, it's already in evidence. And Dr. Budritsky, is this another image of what the jury just looked at?
Yes.
In terms of what we see in Ms. Hernan's mouth, could you circle that for the jury?
Well, there's one pill fragment on the sort of on her lip, outer lip, not inside her mouth. And then her mouth is stained with, stained red, and her tongue too.
Based on your expert opinion, does the staining appear like it's blood?
No, it looks like artificial red food coloring, basically.
Okay.
I think I might have lost
Now-
pieces.
Were these photos that were taken at Ms. Hernan's residence?
Yes.
Were there
Not
more
really sure
photos
how.
taken when Ms. Hernan was brought to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And this, if we could please not publish, I'd like to show you some exhibits that are not in the
Well,
evidence
that's
set.
fun.
Oh my
Starting
God.
with exhibit 40 and going through 45, I'm gonna ask Mr. Volkenier to please flip through each of those. I'd like you to look at them, and then I'll ask you some questions when you're finished.
Oh my Lord.
Dr. Budritsky, do you recognize exhibits 40 through 45?
Yes.
What are they?
They're photos of Lynn Hernan in the autopsy room, and it's showing fragments, multicolored fragments, pill fragments scattered over her body.
David.
Do they look like a fair and accurate copy of the photos taken in this case?
Yes.
Judge, I'd move exhibits 40 through 45 into evidence. I'm not asking to publish yet.
Objection. Exhibits 40 through 45 are all received.
Dr. Budritsky, is it important to have your staff transport a decedent in very specific ways when they're brought to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Why?
For my procedures, I prefer my staff to have control of the body. I don't bring in outsiders to do the transport. My staff is responsible for maintaining the chain of evidence, for bringing in all relevant evidence. They are the ones who place the decedent in the body bag, zip the body bag, and transport it personally to the vehicle in our vehicle. So there's no other people responsible or involved in that chain.
And is that what happened in this case?
Yes.
And could you remind the jury when you begin the very beginning
He's
of the
too cool
autopsy
for us,
process,
Solomon.
what you personally did in this case?
Yes. So nothing happens to the body until I see it. So I come down to the morgue and then the examination begins. It's not processed, by anybody before I examine the body, so I can direct anything that I want to happen from that point on. So the first thing is looking at the body in the body bag with any adherent or attached evidence, medical devices, the way it was clothed, the decedent was clothed, the way the clothing is arranged. And that's how I'd like to see my first examination.
Is that what you did in this case?
Yes,
Do exhibits 40 through 45 document a part of that process?
yes.
Okay. I'd like to publish exhibit 40, please.
Go ahead.
David, I have to go. I wanted to say goodbye. I gotta leave you.
Dr. Budritsky, what is the jury looking at here?
This is the face of Lynn.
Bye,
Hernan,
Jamie.
and
Thanks for
so,
joining.
All right, I gotta peace
pill
out.
fragments,
Bye, guys. Have
and the one I
fun.
showed
See you
before.
later.
Thanks.
Also, pill fragments here.
Jamie's awesome.
And I apologize.
All right, now the show is going to be boring.
Oh, okay.
But the circle on top is what?
This trial has been so exciting with Jamie, and now it's boring.
Bottom.
pills on her neck.
I think are you muted,
right.
Valhalla, for your Legos?
Damn it, I am muted.
Hold on.
My
Like,
bad.
have you been talking this whole time?
I was, since Jamie said she had to leave. I was talking the whole
There's a
time.
pill fragment you saw in prior two pictures in the corner of her mouth.
All right, I'll be right back. I got another phone call.
All right, thank
Right
you.
Gonna
on.
wrap up work.
Moving to exhibit 41, Doctor,
I
what
suppose
are we
I'll
looking
stay
at here?
unmuted for a little
More
bit.
pill fragments.
She needs
on
Visine, y'all. Get her
neck.
some Visine.
What about exhibit 42?
Rubbing her eyes. Too soon? My bad.
I'm gonna have Mr. Volkner zoom in to this exhibit a bit and ask you. Was this photo taken during the same process you've discussed already?
Yes.
Do you know why?
Oh, we always take circumferential pictures of the body, and
She
there
looks
might
awful
be
tired all of a
something
sudden,
that
don't she?
I was attempting to capture, but I must confess, like, it's very hard to see.
Okay. Going to the next exhibit.
I wonder, what do you guys think? Would that be a good look or a bad look if she did that Visine drops right now?
Doctor.
It's the pill fragment.
Think
in
the jury
corner
might
of her
hold that
mouth.
against her?
Okay. What about exhibit 44?
Multiple pill fragments over her clothing on her chest area.
And then exhibit 45, please.
Additional pill fragments on this looks like the inside of her top. When we undressed her, it sort of may have fallen in to that area from around the body.
Okay.
Either.
Thank you. I'm done publishing this for now. Dr. Bedritsky, did you collect any of these fragments that the jury just saw?
I did,
Why?
because it was so unusual. I didn't know what might happen, but you see something unusual, then you collect it.
What did you do with them after you collected them?
They were stored until we were getting some toxicology results back. And then I decided to analyze them to see what those fragments were and how they corresponded to what was in her system and also what she was prescribed.
Did you send them to a lab?
Yes,
What lab?
NMS.
Okay. I'd like to show you just the witness, please, exhibit 37. Again, a multi-page exhibit, and we're gonna flip through this. I'd like you to look at it and see if you recognize what it is.
That's horrible. Farrell, I'm not sure. I believe she's in custody, but I'm not 100%.
If we could go back up to page 1 for the witness, please.
It's not on the witness, but I'll turn it on now.
Sorry. Dr. Bedritsky, I'm sorry, I should have asked you if we could zoom out and show the exhibit number on here. Are you now looking at exhibit 37?
Yes.
Not yet,
Okay.
Justin.
And you can
Not
tell
yet.
that it's a 16-page document, is that true?
Yes.
So I'm just gonna have Mr. Vulcan here go through the pages, please.
Can you go back to one?
Sure. We may need to zoom in a bit. If we can start at-
Not one, but okay. The second page. Third page. Okay. These are two documents.
Okay.
I mean, you can see that there are two different parts of NMS. One is criminalistics, one is toxicology. This one is the report issued 8/7. What I'm looking at now is the second document, which is the toxicology report from the biologic specimens. The first 2 pages were the report of the pill fragments. They're not really together. I mean, they're 2 separate reports.
So, and that's our error. I apologize. I'd like you to focus on the first 3 pages of exhibit 37, please.
Okay. So this page, and I think it's just a 2-page report. is the report. It's labeled Drug Chemistry Final Report.
There
So
you
it's
go,
from a different
Jung.
division
You
of
got the
that
emoji
seized
you wanted.
evidence versus biologic
Ooh.
specimens. And this is the report on the pill fragments that I sent. It indicates that they received a colorless plastic container with multicolored solid material, and the compounds that they identified. Do you want me to read that?
No, I'm just gonna ask you if these two pages look like a fair and accurate copy
Okay.
of the report that you got back in this case.
Okay. Yes, they do.
Okay.
A little bit actually.
In terms of the remainder of Exhibit 37, are there also records that you received from NMS Lab in this case?
Yes,
Okay, and you've seen those before as well?
yes.
I'd move the entirety of Exhibit 37 into evidence and ask for permission to publish the first 2 pages.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibit 37 is received. Permission to publish the first 2 pages is granted.
Oh my God, can we be done with this? This is so slow and so tedious and so fucking boring.
Okay.
Probably pretty
Dr.
soon.
Pedritsky, on the bottom right. Of this
4:13
exhibit,
for them.
Say 37 on there.
Yes.
She'll be wrapping up
Okay,
soon.
so I'd like.
It's gonna be done in
Paul, if you
15
could zoom
minutes,
in on
damn
the
it.
top half of this page so that we can read it a little bit easier. Again, this is the same lab that you use for toxicology of biological specimens in this case.
Yes.
And this report is reflecting the results of what?
Of
Are you
the
done with
pill
your phone call or
fragments
no?
that I removed from the body, the outside of the body of Lynn
No,
Hernan
it's on
at
mute.
the time of autopsy.
Okay.
Give me a
if you
few.
could Scroll
You're
down,
good.
please. In this section of Exhibit 37, does it show what was received by NMS?
Yes,
Is that consistent with what you sent?
yes.
And ultimately, what were the results and conclusions of that powder material?
They confirmed the identity of acetaminophen, alprazolam, hydrocodone, cyclobenzaprine, and triamterene.
Were the results of this analysis important to you in this investigation and in determining a cause of death?
Not in determining the cause of death, but more in the circumstances around the death.
Were these results used to put a summary together in this case?
Yes,
I'd like to show just the witness, please. States Exhibit 209. And Dr. Bedrinsky, let me know when you can see that before you.
I can.
Okay. And that's a 1-page exhibit, is that true?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a table I prepared that has a lot of information about the compounds that were identified in the blood of Lynn Hernan that were in the toxicology report. So I took the compounds that were found in the toxicology report, and then I said, this is what they are in the blood. Did we also find them in the liver? Did we also find them in the gastric? Were they part of the fragments that we found? And were they at the scene, as in a prescription bottle or loose? So I tried to look at those particular compounds and how they were reflected in all these different areas.
Is the screen before you a fair copy of the exhibit you created, 209 in this case?
Yes,
I move Exhibit 209 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 209 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
This is like the third witness, and we're already up to Exhibit
This is
209.
Exhibit 209 that you just looked at on your screen?
It's been rough, man.
Okay, so I'd like to have.
This is Baker
Paul
paying
here
me
zoom
back.
in a bit.
Everyone,
It
by
could
the
be.
way, Baker's
Just
going to be
get a
covering
full
the
chart
stream,
in there as big as
this
we
trial,
can,
hopefully
okay?
tomorrow. And I pinned a link to his channel at the top of the chat. So go over there and sub, hit all the bells and notifications. So
Doctor, it
when
looks
he
like
goes live
there's-
tomorrow,
The third column
you
in
guys
is
can
kind of
continue watching this
bolded.
trial.
Is that true?
yes.
Why? What is that column for?
I tried to put, I mean, this is just my thinking, that I thought I'd put the drug that we're talking about in the third column, and that to the left would be the type of drug it is, and whether it affected the central nervous system, because a lot of them do. And then to the right,
I'll be back in a minute.
it was
Okay.
if it was a prescription and over-the-counter drug, and then the blood, liver, gastric fragments, and scene information. I'm sorry, I said more than you asked.
That's okay. So if you could, let's start with the very bottom row.
Yes.
Can you kind of walk through that line for the jury and explain
Yeah, you
what
and me
the
both.
importances of each box?
Okay.
Well, I can tell you that I'm
tetrahydrozoline
not
is
covering
the name
5
the
weeks of this
compound.
trial, Farrell.
It does have a CNS effect. If actually, not only if used orally, but if you use too much in your nose or your mouth, you might have some CNS effects. So it's not just orally, but it's not supposed to be taken orally. And so it's not for oral use. It does have a CNS effect. It's over the counter. Her blood level was 160 nanograms per ml. The liver level was 1,300 nanograms per gram. The gastric was 7,100 nanograms per ml. There were no fragments. It's a liquid, so that it wasn't on the body, and it wasn't at the scene. So there was no empty eye drop bottles or full eye drop bottles at the scene anywhere.
Why was it important for you to know whether these compounds have a CNS depressant effect?
Because they can be additive. You know, if you take a couple, and we talked about that when we looked at the medical records with the concern about alprazolam and hydrocodone. And then if you add a bunch of more things that affect your CNS, that can be additive, which is also reflected in how I sign the death certificate.
Okay. And we'll look at that in more detail as well. But in terms of
Oh my God, you got more
all
detail.
of the compounds listed above tetrahydrozoline, where did you get those? Where did you get that information from?
What part? What
I mean,
part?
how did you know what to put in each row?
In terms of whether it had a CNS effect?
No, I'm sorry. In terms of the compounds you listed,
Yeah.
why did you pick those ones?
Those were directly from her toxicology report.
Okay, so that's the exhibit the jury's already seen with a long list.
Yes.
Okay, so in terms of the blood levels on exhibit 209, is that copied directly from the NMS toxicology in this case?
Where they gave therapeutic levels, I used their numbers. In 2 cases, they didn't really say this is the therapeutic level, which is in for hydrocodone and for baclofen. I used another source just to give a sense of where the number lies.
Okay, so let's go through this. I'd like to zoom in on the top piece, please. And the first compound says acetaminophen. I think
Well, if
probably
it's
the
as
jurors have
slow
heard
as
of that
this has
before.
been
What
going
is it?
thus far, I can
Tylenol
easily
was an
see how this is
example.
going to be a 5-week trial.
And that was something in Ms. Hernan's toxicology.
Yes.
And where it says at scene, could you explain to the jury what that box means in this case?
That means there was
I was worried this was going
medication
to
at the scene or a prescription bottle at the scene indicating she was prescribed the drug. For the case of acetaminophen and also for hydrocodone, when we get there, the pill that she was prescribed, the compound, both drugs were in the compound. So it was acetaminophen, hydrocodone. So even though the blood says acetaminophen, I can't tell if it's because it was acetaminophen with the hydrocodone or if she also took acetaminophen by itself. But her prescription was for a pill that contained both. And the pill that was found at the scene was that pill that was basically acetaminophen with hydrocodone.
In terms of the
I was worried
count
about the
use
judge
column,
dragging this
why
case
is that
down,
helpful
but
to you?
Well, it
her
indicates
questioning and answering
whether
is so slow.
she was taking them as prescribed. She was taking, well, I shouldn't say, if the bottle is empty, it could mean she was taking more than was prescribed, or it could mean they were crushed up and on her, or it could mean they were under the couch, or it could mean she gave them away. If there's more missing than should be
All
there, it's harder
by
to know what that significance is.
myself.
But I indicated if there were none in the bottle and whether that was expected or not. If I didn't put if it was expected or not, it was because I didn't have enough information to make that judgment. For example, for baclofen and cyclobenzaprine, she received prescriptions months earlier because that was when she was trying to find the right pill for her back pain. Remember, I said they tried this and they took her off it. They tried this, they took her off it. I never knew how many she took before she stopped taking them. So if there was a bottle of baclofen there, I don't know how many she took before she
I
developed
love
a
a buttered
rash.
biscuit.
If there was cyclobenzaprine there, I don't know how many she took before she said, I'm gaining weight, I'm not taking it. So I can say there's 0 in the bottle, but I don't know what we started with.
See,
basically.
I have clips of all my friends, so I don't feel alone.
They're making
Answer your
everybody
question.
moist.
Yes, thank you.
Mm,
So
don't come.
Excuse me while I whip it out.
range therapeutic level, what does that mean?
That means it's a commonly accepted level that corresponds to taking a drug on a regular basis as prescribed to have the effect, the intended effect.
Okay. And you've included that range in each of the rows in this exhibit, is that true?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of any compounds listed here that were elevated above that range, I want you to talk about those with the jury, please, starting with the first one you see.
That would be baclofen.
Okay, so if we can zoom in a bit and make that a little bigger.
She's not all
Doctor,
right.
if you could just circle the baclofen on this sheet so we're all looking at the same.
Yeah, I like golden showers.
And what is baclofen for?
It's a skeletal muscle relaxant.
Okay, and what was the level for Ms. Hernan in this case?
1.1 microgram per ml.
And what else did you include in that box?
I included a number that I found in a toxicology reference text that referred to a group of people that were given a certain dose of baclofen.
She's
for
at the
a certain
hospital
number
having
of
a baby.
days,
Yes,
and the
Farrell is
range
right
of
now.
their blood baclofen level in that study.
Farrell's
group.
having her 12th
So
child as
a
we
group of
speak.
people given this drug for therapeutic reasons revealed a result of 0.36 to 0.66 milligrams per liter, which if you is equivalent to micrograms per ml. It's 1,000 difference in each one. So the units are different, but they're equivalent.
No, it's not, blue hair
ml is 1,000
Bible
per
lady, but
liter,
thank you for
and a
coming back and
microgram is
checking in on
1,000
us.
of a milligram.
It is not
So-
better.
It's not.
In terms of your experience with baclofen and all of the cause of death determinations you've made, do you recall a time when you've
For Brett, yes. Farrell is having her 12th baby.
opined
She's
that
at the
cause of
hospital
death
right now.
was
Please tell
baclofen
everyone.
intoxication or poisoning?
Everyone.
Not as a sole
Everyone.
agent.
Tell her
Okay.
congratulations.
Did you find anything
her
in the
12th child.
literature indicating
Posted on
that,
Twitter, the whole everywhere.
there is a cutoff
Shared in
toxin
Discord.
level for baclofen?
The world needs to know.
I did find information, and I didn't list fatal levels. I only listed therapeutic levels. The cases where baclofen is fatal is about 10 times more, or more than 10 times more
Farrell,
of 1.1
you
microgram
shouldn't keep
per
it secret.
ml.
Everyone
So
deserves
when you
to
look
know
at drugs, it's
about your
that
happiness.
what
We can
the
all share
therapeutic
in
level
your
is,
joy.
what's above therapeutic, plus or minus any symptoms from it, and then what's going to kill you. So this is above therapeutic, but it's not near
And
fatal.
then once we figure out who the dad is, we'll
What about the
celebrate for real.
cyclobenzaprine?
The cyclobenzaprine is also above
that was mean.
the therapeutic level, but not much so.
And you indicated that also has CNS depressant effects?
It does.
Okay. And ultimately, you included those two compounds in your significant condition line on the protocol, right?
Yes, they contributed.
Okay. Same question for the cyclobenzaprine level. In your experience, have you seen cause of death determinations that you've called to be cyclobenzaprine intoxication?
Turtle Boy
I
is the
don't believe
daddy.
I've ever had any where that was the site.
In the literature, any toxic level cutoff that the jury should know about?
I'm
relevant
gonna
to
leave
this
that
case?
alone. I'm gonna leave it alone.
I can't
Just
tell
leave
you
it
what
there.
that is.
Yeah, we're gonna
but
leave that
it's
one alone.
significantly higher than therapeutic.
Okay. when you reviewed the baclofen and cyclobenzaprine levels on the toxicology in this case, did you believe that's why Ms. Hernan died?
No,
Okay. In terms of the other,
Trying to stay ahead of this
compounds
case and
listed
see
on
when
this
it ends.
exhibit,
Oh my God.
would it be fair to say that they're all within or under therapeutic ranges?
How do you
Yeah.
do that?
Okay.
I have another window open with the live feed.
Aren't we live?
Of the compounds
Mm,
listed on this
I don't think so. Let me
exhibit,
back a bit.
No, we're live.
Oh, we are live. Oh shit.
were they all at the scene?
So I thought we already made up all the
Everything
ground when you
but,
left.
there was evidence of them at the scene. Either there was a pill or a bottle, except for tetrahydrozoline.
Okay. If you could
Yeah, the
zoom out a
judge
little
promised
bit,
us this.
Doctor, where it says, the column that says
Sort of.
fragments on body,
Yes,
there's a plus sign in a few of the rows. Could you please remind
That's
the
what
jury
Baker
that
said.
means?
He's supposed to be covering
that
this case.
means
I'm just
those
filling
were
in for him.
the fragments that we were looking at, all the pictures, kind of the multicolored crushed dry pieces. Those were what was identified by the lab when I sent those fragments to them.
Now, in terms of these blood levels that the jury is seeing on Exhibit 209, are you able to calculate backwards to a dose from those blood levels?
No,
Not even for the tetrahydrozoline?
I was
No.
laughing at that
So
one.
if I asked you to tell this jury how many bottles of Visine it takes to have a
videoed the whole
blood
thing.
level of 160,
Telling it
what
is
would you say?
that you guys would
I
all
don't know.
fit in.
Okay. What about if I asked you to
I don't know
look
if
at
it was just
the
me, but I didn't hear
baclofen
anything
level
you just said.
and tell the
Oh,
jury
I
how
pulled
many
the mast on my
pills
boat
Lynn
yesterday,
Hernan
and I had to
took
climb
of
up it.
baclofen?
And
Are
I
you-
heard you were supposed to be doing some kind of members only video about it.
well, I didn't know if anyone was
This jury
interested. I
heard
haven't
that
edited it
Ms.
yet.
Hernan took 25 to 30
You did
pills
film it,
that
though?
day before
Yeah,
she died.
I got it all filmed.
That a boy.
Would you agree with that
Everything's
statement?
content, or at least potential content.
I really don't know the basis of that opinion.
Okay. Do you share that opinion?
I don't have any opinion on the number of pills she took that day, other than I did recover.
do need to
I
get
did
some Brooks
recover
drops
pills
in
from
here.
inside her body, so I know she took those pills.
How do we not have a
But one
ground?
of the
I don't know. I never did it.
things that I put on the death certificate was what was the time of injury. So that means what is the time I think she took the pills that eventually led to her death, pills or substances.
Yeah, she just concluded that the stuff was in her
Did her
system,
So-
and therefore somebody must have
I don't
placed
know.
it there.
Because we do know that it's in her blood, which meant that it came out, it's already diffused out of her stomach into her blood. And we know it's in her liver, which means it already passed through her liver for some part of metabolism. And we don't know how many she took the day before she died versus the day she died, because it's still going to be in her system from even the day before she died, right? So it's pretty complicated. So when I said, I just said, I don't know when the injury occurred, because I can't say for certainty when each of these medications was provided, and some of them contributed to her death. And I don't know.
Should I just
how
hide
much
Farrell?
hydrogen
She thinks she's chatting with
was
everyone,
given
but
to
no one
her,
sees it.
or she drank at how many intervals of time. So no, I
Poor
can't tell
Farrell.
you those things.
The last thing I want to show you, Doctor, is the front page of Exhibit 34, which is already in evidence. I'd ask to publish that, please. And ultimately discuss this with the jury. Could you please remind the jury what Exhibit 34 is?
This is my autopsy protocol on Lynn Hernan.
Okay. And fair to say this is a multi-page document?
Yes,
Are your
is this?
conclusions on this first page, though?
yes.
My God.
And if we could scroll down.
Why are we
bit,
still
could you please
introducing
walk
evidence?
through
This is supposed to be
your
wrapping up right now.
conclusions for the jury in this case?
My opinion is that Lynn Hernan died of tetrahydrozoline poisoning, and that other significant conditions included baclofen, ropinirole, alprazolam, hydrocodone.
She sent a letter?
Cyclobenzaprine use.
Oh my
as well
God. Can
as
we find this
interstitial
letter?
myelitis,
Why does she always send
hypertension,
letters and not file
hepatic
motions?
fibrosis,
Well,
and
she
chronic obstructive
has no
pulmonary
idea how to be a
disease.
lawyer.
Oh God.
Why are the things included under other significant conditions on page 1 of your protocol?
Those particular medications all have some CNS depressant effects. So they would amplify the CNS depressive effects of tetrahydrozoline, although tetrahydrozoline certainly is far more toxic, in my opinion, than the medications that I put below, many of which, or some of which, I shouldn't say many, some were at therapeutic or subtherapeutic levels, slight elevations in baclofen and cyclobenzaprine. And her underlying medical conditions also may have played a role because having some heart disease and some liver injury and some lung disease.
For Sarah
might make
Boone,
her
we're on
unable
7. For this actual
to-
defendant in this case, we're on like 5, I think. Yeah. She's a Sarah Boone wannabe.
In terms of the
She's
other
low-level Boone.
conditions
She
listed
seems
that
much more
are
sane.
Medications. Would it be correct to say that all those medications are things that at one point in time Ms. Hernan was prescribed?
Yes,
Would you consider the
Chandler and I were just talking about Boone.
toxicology of those medications in this case to be
The
remarkable?
girl's crazy as hell.
Chandler or Boone?
Boom, boom.
they're pretty typical. I mean, remarkable. It's typical. of
Chandler's
what
a
I see
sweetie.
in my practice, having people with chronic health conditions having polypharmacy. I think that I don't want to ignore the fact that 2 of them were slightly elevated, but the others were below therapeutic.
In this case, strike that. Do you believe that the compounds listed under other significant conditions were sufficient to kill Ms. Hernan without the tetrahydrozoline?
No,
Is that part of the reason they're on different lines?
yes.
Okay.
Well, that's leading.
What's the mechanism of death in terms of physiologically in Ms. Hernan's body that went on because of that tetrahydrozoline?
She wasn't monitored as she died. So what combination of CNS and cardiac symptoms she had, I can't say.
But ultimately, if you could please generally explain the effects of a CNS depressant.
Come on, Judge, cut this off.
On the human body.
As we discussed in the case studies that were shown, people become unconscious, they become drowsy. There's a direct effect on the brain that does that. Then there's a direct effect on the heart, lowers the blood pressure, lowers the heart rate, and causes conduction block. Some of the people who accidentally ingested tetrahydrozoline stopped breathing. The children were vulnerable to actually just complete apnea. Others, I
Damn.
can't remember the age group, may have needed mechanical ventilation because of the respiratory depressant effect. So we have really significant, what I would call effects, direct effects on your body. I mean, reduction in your capacity to breathe, reduction in your heart to pump
Sounds
blood,
like a good
low
alternative,
blood
Erase.
pressure, which causes reduced circulation to your brain, and direct effects on your CNS besides those indirect effects.
You did just add things
where
to your
you
merch store
become
too, didn't you?
unconscious, lethargic,
Yesterday, yeah.
drowsy, dizzy.
There's a bunch of
all
stuff.
those
I could just
things
like
that
randomly
really
throw. It's
significant.
probably not a good
They're
idea because I was just like, oh,
happening
put this here, put that there.
Ultimately, in this case, are the opinions that you've offered to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
They are.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you, doctor.
Oh, thank
All
God.
right, thank you. We will break. It is 4:35 p.m. You may step down. You have to give the.
For half a second, I thought they were clapping at the courtroom. I was like, no.
I would be.
Oh, that's horrible.
I don't know. I just like pick rock song. This is what came.
Until all the
I dig
evidence
it.
is presented,
I
and
dig
I
it.
have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone.
If we turn this off too early, then the court's going to be like, all right, let's go into this 25-minute motion
Exactly.
argument thing.
Any information about this case or your experience.
You're gonna file for a mistrial and everything.
Something's going to happen. But if we leave it on,
Stop or
then
recess
nothing's going to
from
happen.
time to time during the trial. You may be excused from the courtroom when it is necessary for me to hear legal arguments from the lawyer. If you come in contact with the parties, lawyers, or witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, and witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not listen to any conversations about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate
I
this
thought that
case
was
on
it.
your own or visit the scene, either in person or by any electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news
Oh my
reports
God.
on radio, television.
This is just the
over
one night. That's a
internet,
small
or
courtroom.
Any other electronic
tiny.
I
application.
didn't realize how
or tool
small it
about
is. Is this their normal
trial.
courtroom
Do
in
not
Brooks? They had a
consult
different one,
dictionaries,
like a larger one?
computers, electronic
Wow. It was
applications,
definitely different in
social
Brooks.
media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public record of any party or witness in this case. Any information
Just
you
gonna read
obtain
this every
outside the
night.
courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate,
Every single
or
night.
incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair.
How did I get?
because the party
I have
does
no
not
idea.
Have the opportunity to refute,
'Cause I was
explain,
here.
or correct it.
Yeah, we'll
Do not
blame. Yeah, we'll blame
communicate with
that.
anyone about this trial.
Ooh,
or your
110 now.
experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable electronics, applications, or tools with communication capabilities to share any information.
Almost
about
Beverly
this
Hills
trial.
Cop. It is
For
almost a
example,
little bit,
do
isn't
not
it?
communicate by telephone.
When it's down low.
phone, email, text message, instant message, social media post, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any.
We might go
other
through
means.
my
If
my
anyone does
playlist,
so
my
despite your
Apple
telling them
Music
not to,
playlist,
you should report
or
that to me.
iTunes playlist
I
in
appreciate that it
Discord.
is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss.
We were talking
Oh
about
my
this
God,
the
Judge! This is just the instructions
You
for
may
the
not do
night.
so. This case must be decided by you.
What were you gonna say?
jurors, based on the
You were talking about that the other day,
evidence
weren't you?
presented in the
Playlist.
courtroom.
Earlier
People not
today,
serving on
yeah,
this
people
jury
were
do
asking me
not
about my
work the evidence,
playlist. I
and
said,
it
you know,
is
we'll just run
improper
through it
for
in
them to
Discord because I can't play it on
influence your
here.
deliberations and decision in this case. After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to ensure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should
Little
report
beat
it
drop.
to me. If jurors do not comply with these
It sounds
rules,
very
they will
80s
be
video
fined
game-ish though, doesn't it?
involving
It sure
additional
does.
time and significant
Expecting
expense
some
to the
punk on a
parties
skateboard
and
with
the
a
taxpayer.
giant hot
You are
pink
to
mohawk
decide the
come
case
around the
solely
corner.
on the evidence offered and received at trial. With that, we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:30. Have a good evening.
Oh, she's tiny.
Yeah, she is. All right, are we done? Skate or die.
Sorry for that.
That game was awesome.
You should know that by heart by now.
Should know that by heart by now. Oh my God, no, Judge! Don't ever repeat it again, ever.
There's got to be a slimmed down version that she could say of that.
Yeah. Here, see this piece of paper? Keep it with you. I'm going to remind you about it. Read that paper again. It's a new retro wave music. Real talk. This lady's
All right, thank you. Be
eyebrows.
seated. I do
telling
need to put the
us-
sidebar on the record. Attorney Kukler asked for a sidebar along with making an objection.
She's got some pretty high arches on her eyebrows.
Bidzerke was talking.
It's the battle of the
and
eyebrows
discussing
between the judge
Exhibit
and the defendant.
211, specifically that portion of the exhibit concerning not peer-reviewed research, but her case studies, if you will. That's my word. It wasn't hers. Cases that she was familiar with as reported in the media. I overruled the objection, and what I indicated at sidebar was that that goes to weight, not admissibility. She had previously testified there were things she found of legal significance, not just medical significance.
Oh my God,
And as
I don't care.
someone who was qualified.
Is she doing this to
as
try to
an expert in
preserve
this case, and as
sidebars
the
in
medical
the record?
examiner whose
I don't know.
determination by statute is to may cause.
I think
and
so.
manner of
Yeah. I
death
mean, that's essentially why she's
determinations.
doing it, but she doesn't
That is
need
why
to.
I allowed
No.
her to testify as such. Attorney Kukler, anything you want to add for the record or to my description of the sidebar?
No, you're very confident. I'll say that. Standing objection to your testimony about that. Articles that she didn't write and articles and case studies or cases that she's read about in the press that aren't even in the medical literature. I didn't think she should be able to testify to it.
Understood. Anything the state wants to add to that?
No, thank you.
Anything
Thank
else?
God.
Thank you.
Go over today.
No, thank you.
From the defense.
No thanks.
I take it based upon how today went. Obviously, there'll be cross-exam.
Shut it.
Will your next witness be Dr. Kasinko or someone else?
Yes.
All right. So I don't know if there'll be any more than that. But right, I'm hoping we get to Dr. Kasinko tomorrow, but I think we might be seeing her on Friday. So have a good evening, everyone.
That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard.
We are in recess.
You're
Everything is-
anticipating this doctor, me on the stand all day tomorrow?
I guess. Baker, it's all you, man.
Have fun, Baker. Have fun.
I am so happy to hand this off to Baker tomorrow. I hope he's sleeping right now so he has the energy to plow through. I did it yesterday, kind of ahead of time. And then today I was like, oh, I thought Baker was streaming. What's going on? So I decided after court I would stream again. Can we now go? Yes, we can now go. Yeah, Wisconsin lady eyebrows. It's like they're bred into them or something.
That girl's eyebrows are a little scary.
Yeah. I have nothing else to add. Now, tomorrow there will be a motion for a mistrial and drama watch. I know, right?
Probably.
Yeah. So I'm going to be like not streaming this trial at all tomorrow. It's going to be all kinds of fun shenanigans and no boring downtime.
She's gonna get she's gonna start wigging out like Taylor Business status.
Something's going to happen.
Letitia Stouch.
Baker was on stream earlier saying he is going to cover this starting tomorrow. Hopefully.
Yeah, he looked a lot better than he did yesterday, that's for sure.
Yesterday he came out with a hat and a
He looked
blanket. And he was like
rough,
shivering.
bro. I'm cold.
All right.
Poor Baker.
Thanks everybody in the chat.
Yes.
For joining us. Remember on Saturday, Valhalla and we got a Lego stream with Steph the Altar Nerd.
With Steph the Altar Nerd. I'm so
Yeah.
excited. So excited.
A up and all that energy. I'm gonna have to be rested up for it. She's so full of energy, but I've never
She's
been
amazing.
like on a stream with her where it's like just like three of us or whatever. It's always been like large panels
Big
of
panel.
people.
Same.
I'm a little intimidated.
Why? Don't be
Because
intimidated.
she's so much energy. I gotta amp
Well,
up.
keep in
my energy.
mind, this is gonna be like 5 a.m. for her or something ridiculous too.
Yeah, but she asked what time. I said 9 p.m. Eastern. She's like, all right, cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
She's
so-
amazing.
yeah, she's awesome. I've got some questions ready to go. I have some thoughts about the Whitmore Boys Tonight. Yes, and 1 hour and 15 minutes. Whitmore Boys Tonight. We're gonna do closing arguments. But yeah, no, I have some questions about the Royals because I don't get into the Royal thing, but she is all about it.
Yeah,
She dropped a video today. Apparently, what is it? Family Guy was poking fun a little bit, and it's kind of
Outstanding.
gone a little viral. It's kind of funny.
She was all over it when South Park was making fun of him. Meghan Harry.
I didn't even know South Park did. I got to get caught up.
Oh
on South
yeah.
Park.
Bad.
Were they
Roasted them. Oh yeah. They went after him hard.
like? I mean, my South Park goes back to. It's like season 3 or something. I can't remember, but I love South Park.
I didn't like get into it, but it was pretty good.
I saw Farrell in the chat. She's like, hello, where are you? For my stream for last night. And then I had to move it. By the time I got done and got everything, like I'm on the boat trying to get it back. And I'm like, oh crap, it's past 7.
time.
I got to get my laptop open and delay everything.
Way past time.
Yeah. It was way past time. Anyways. Alrighty. thanks again. Thanks, Valhalla, for helping the transition and
Of course.
controlling everything.
Of course.
And we'll
Like
see
a
you guys.
professional, like a professional.
We'll see you guys in about an hour or so. All right.
Sounds good.
Bye.
Later.